Okay.
Yep.
Is there a motion to go in closed session?
So moved.
Second. Third.
Be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors of Montgomery County, Virginia hereby enter into closed meeting for the purpose of discussing the following. Section 2.2-3711, discussion, consideration, or interview of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, disciplinary, or resignation of specific officers, appointee, or employees of any public body. 1. Economic Development Authority. 2. Parks and Rec Commission. 3. Social Service Board. 4. Transportation Safety Commission. Madam Secretary, call roll, please.
Mr. Tuck?
Aye.
Mr. Wojciechowski?
Aye.
Mr. Mott?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Chair King?
Aye.
7 ayes.
We be in closed session. Is there a motion to come out of closed session?
So moved.
Second.
Whereas the Board of Supervisors of Montgomery County, Virginia has convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to the affirmative recorded vote in accordance with the provision of Virginia Freedom of Information Act, and whereas Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by the Board that such closed meetings was conducted in conformity with Virginia laws. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Supervisors of Montgomery County, Virginia hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, 1. Only public business matters lawfully exempt from open meetings requirement by Virginia laws were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and 2. Only such public business matters as were identified in the motion made the closed meetings were heard, discussed, or considered by the Board. Madam Secretary, call the roll, please.
Mr. Mott?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. Tuck?
Aye.
Mr. Wojciechowski?
Aye.
Chair King?
Aye.
7 ayes.
At this point, if we could stand for a moment of silence, and then I'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Let us pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Board members, our first item on the agenda this evening is a presentation of the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report for fiscal year 2019. Mr. John Aldridge with Brown Edwards and Company is here to review the financials with us. John, good to see you.
Good to see you. Good crowd for the audit tonight.
I told the reporter from time to time, I've never seen a crowd like this for the audit.
Yeah, that's right. Makes me feel good. Yeah. Only time I'm popular. But anyway, it's good to have you all, see you all tonight, and be in front of you once again to present the results of the audit. As you know, each and every year you all have to have an audit. And as part of that process, the auditor is then to stand before you and present the results of the audit at a fairly high level. So I'm glad to be here tonight and mention that to you all. The actual audit was completed right before November 30th. It has to be filed with the state by November 30th, so you met all your filing requirements as far as that goes. The audit itself, I'm just going to touch on a few things. If you had a copy in front of you on page 1, where it says Independent Auditor's Report and has Brown Edwards logo at the top. You will see at the bottom of that page it says, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly. So we once again issued an unmodified or a clean opinion. That's as good as it gets on the financials. So you all received a clean opinion. Okay, and then if you were to flip over a few more pages to page number 5 on the statement of net position, you can see the activities of the county from the full accrual basis, meaning you have your debt on there, your pension liabilities, your assets. And the thing I always like to remind you all there are three component units to the county. You've got the Public Service Authority, you've got the School Board, and then you have the Economic Development Authority. All three of those were also part of our audit. So when we say we issued an unmodified opinion, that includes all those entities as well. So the School Board, Public Service Authority, and the EDA. If you flip over to page 7, one of the things I think is critical to always remind you all of is looking at the general fund. General fund for the county, that's the tax money that comes in that funds the programs of the county. And the thing I like to look at is the fund balance. And you can see there are 5 categories of fund balance. You can see non-spendable, restricted, committed, assigned. And then what's left over is known as unassigned fund balance, meaning it's not earmarked for a program yet. Basically, you as a group could decide what you wanted to do with those funds. And what you want to do, you want to compare those funds to your expenditures and ask yourself, how many months of reserves do we have in fund balance? And if you did the calculation this year, you would have 3.46 months of fund balance sitting there at the end of the year. Last year, you were at 2.7 months. The year before, 2.24 months. So that unassigned fund balance is building up, which is definitely a good thing. Best practices would tell you it needs to be 5. Very few localities have that, I'll tell you that. Yours compared to a couple other localities around here, and again, this is public information, but I like to compare you to counties that have colleges in those counties or nearby counties. Roanoke County, like I said, you were at 3.46. Roanoke County's at 1.6 months of fund balance. Albemarle County in Charlottesville is 2.61 months. And Rockingham County, where you would find JMU, is 2.26 months. So compared to those other counties, you were right at almost a month more in reserves and fund balance. And again, that is a good thing. So we're seeing some good trends there that I wanted to point out to you all there. Also in your packet on page 11, you have the budget to actual. You can see how your budget was this year compared to what the actual results were compared to revenues and expenditures. And you will notice that your revenues actually came in almost $3 million ahead of budget. So you all had budgeted almost $128 million, and the actual was $131 million. Also look at the expenditures. You were able to come under budget in several categories there as well. So do want to point out for you there that no instances where you overspent your budget. Okay, so you're able to stay within what y'all had passed. A couple other things, and briefly, that I do want to mention to you all is if you went all the way back to page 101, you could see there the detail for the school system. They've got a cafeteria fund and an operating fund. The detail for their numbers are there. And again, just nothing really inconsistent with what's been there in the past as far as large fluctuations. And then finally, the thing we're required to do, not just issue an opinion on the financial statements, we have to also look at compliance with federal money that comes through the county. Okay, and we have to test a certain percentage of the federal money that comes through the county. And in testing that, on page 130, you can see the programs we looked at this year. And that would be the Child Nutrition Cluster, which is school breakfast and lunch, Community Development Block Grants, Title I grants, and special education items. I'm pleased to tell you, in testing all those programs, there were no instances of non-compliance at all. So all the test work we did there, nothing to be reported to you all. And then also in conjunction with that, you know, we have to do a lot of testing that the state requires and compliance testing. And I'm also pleased to let you know in testing for the state that there were no instances of non-compliance that we have to bring before you tonight. So very strong audit. Things looked good. The fund balance is definitely healthy and going in the right direction. But happy to answer any questions you all have at this time.
Supervisor Tuck.
Was there anything, any irregularities that had any type of concern for you whatsoever?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming to present to us tonight. Not a question, more of a comment. This is my fourth year receiving the information from this audit, and I think every year I've commented that the reason that we receive a clean audit, the reason that the reports are always so good is because we are blessed with a wonderful staff in Montgomery County. So I just want to make it noted, and especially in front of such a large crowd, we have a truly wonderful staff that helps make sure that we stay on budget, we make sure that we're operating efficiently with taxpayer dollars, and thank you very much for again confirming that this year.
Yes, ma'am.
Supervisor Shepherd?
No, just thank you. It was a very good job.
Thanks. Supervisor Bowman?
I have a question. On page 7, when you were going over the unassigned balance, or fund balances, and making a great positive comment about our 3.46 months as compared to other notable counties and or cities. Are there other counties and cities around the Commonwealth that are much better
Than that?
than we are?
I could find that out for you. I didn't run the numbers. This was kind of at the back of a napkin this afternoon at Chick-fil-A. So I'm happy to run the numbers for you real quick. But no, we could definitely compare you. I will tell you this. What I kind of look at is diversity as far as the economy goes, meaning this. If you were a small town and everyone worked at one factory, okay, and that factory has layoffs, well, you would need more than 5 months reserves. I've had clients before as high as 15, 16 months of reserves sitting there. If you get too high, and you know this, there's a balance. Because if you get it too high, people would say, wait a second, why are we paying taxes if you're just building up this large balance? You're not there, okay? So don't worry about that. But it's really dependent on your economy. You have a lot of different taxpayers here in Montgomery County, businesses, individuals. So you're kind of where you need to be. But what I'll do is I'll send this information to your finance director, and she can get it to you. I'll give you some other localities and how you compare, especially in the Northern Virginia area. That's where you might see a bigger number.
So based on your comment right then, you would assume that Roanoke County, Albemarle, and Rockingham are more diversified there because they don't have as high a fund balance, right? But that's not what you're saying. Can you speak to that a little bit?
It just depends. I mean, it really just depends on your situation, your expenditures, what you're getting in, what you're spending your money on. For example, y'all could take a plan, hey, we're going to take $5 million. We're not going to go issue debt. We're just going to take $5 million for a project, okay? Today, that money's not earmarked for anything. We're just going to do it. We're going to spend $5 million. That would make that number more like 1.8. You would just eat away at it. So some localities, the ones I've seen before that built it up to $20 million or 20 months, have come in and said, you know what, we're going to revitalize downtown. And we're going to invest in our downtown area. And again, that's a smaller locality. And they ate up quite a bit of their fund balance doing that, with the hope that there'd be more businesses move in, we'd get tax revenue, and it'd kind of return over time.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Great job.
Supervisor Butte?
I would just echo Supervisor DeMott's comments about our staff, but also I would like to compliment Browns Edwards for working with the staff over the past years. And the report that we get, because I was here before you all came on board, the report that we get is so comprehensive, and I just want to compliment you on that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Just appreciate all you do, and I hope next December at the meeting, y'all will come back and do the audit again.
You're welcome. Yeah, come on back.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Okay, thank you.
Board members, our next presentation this evening is from Montgomery County Public Schools. We have an update on the PPEA projects. And I see Mr. Krantz and Dr. Meyer coming forward. Good evening, folks.
Good evening, Chair Kane, Board, and Mr. Meadows. Thanks for having us this evening. Very excited as we're moving through the PPEA process for the renovation additions to Christiansburg Primary, Elementary, and Bellevue, and also looking forward to the future of Christiansburg High School as well. But Mr. Kranz is here to give you some details of where we are in the PPEA process. Yeah.
Good evening. As you recall, about a year ago, we began looking at ways to address some of the growing capacity challenges we have in the district, particularly in the Christiansburg strand. We went from an unsolicited process to, in October, moved to a solicited PPA process. The things that we're looking to do is at Christiansburg Elementary, we're looking to add 10 to 12 classrooms. We're looking to take and separate the cafeteria from the gym. We're looking to address the problems we have on Betty Drive. So we're working with the town of Christiansburg and the Virginia Department of Transportation on straightening Betty Drive. We're looking to change the entryway from the side of the building to the front, expand the parking, which would allow us to move visitors primarily from here with staff into this area and make this then a bus loop. On Christiansburg Primary, the big things we're trying to do is, right now, there is no queue for parents to drop off and or pick up. If you go there in the afternoon, particularly when parents want to pick up, they'll park in the grassy area and every place else. What happens is that half the buses start at CPS, half the buses start at CES, they load and then swap. So when we have parents moving down the bus loops as well as in the street, we put ourselves at potential danger with the amount of people that's running around. So we're looking to do a queue to address that. We're looking to take the parking lot that's here and this, which is the bus loop, do one large parking lot that'll be for parents and staff, and then make this loop into a bus loop. We also are looking, that's a school that's an open concept school, so there are no walls, there are no classrooms. And while we only need about 10 to 12 net rooms, when we start building the walls, right now those walls are basically filing cabinets. And so when we start creating the walls and the fire code, that will reduce the amount of rooms I can put inside. The other thing we want to do at this particular school is give it a gym as well. We also want to make sure that our dining room is tied to where we eat at. Right now there's a separation that takes place. And we want to address the flow into the building and create a better security environment where we force visitors who come in, but they have to go to the office area first. Bellevue Elementary, as you can see, we're trying to get a better flow into the building. That's our main priority, is the security. With that also is to separate their gym and their cafeteria from each other. And the gym we're talking about, it's not going to be a full-size gym. You know, normally a full-size gym is about 7,500 square feet. We're looking at somewhere between 4,000 to 4,500 square feet, so more of an elementary-size gym we talk about. And then based off of the work that we do, we've got right now plans for 6 new classrooms, and it's kind of dependent on what we end up having to do, because the biggest thing there is trying to get the security. You can also see we've expanded our parking that's in the front. We're working with VDOT on getting approval to take us, you know, we right now have a really tight, you can see the loop right here. We're trying to expand that out. So we're working with VDOT to make that a little bit safer for everybody. Processes that we've done, we sent out the proposals in October. We did a mandatory pre-proposal, and this was just a proposal. We weren't looking for a concept and a design. It really was a request for qualifications from contractors. We already had a design professional on staff, J.D. Price, with 5 Design. We had been working with him, as you see the basic designs here. And we were looking for a partnership that we know there's a fixed budget. We know there's needs. How can we maximize the dollars and achieve the greatest need, benefit on the needs that we've got? And we believe, and our board approved, that the best way to do that is working together. 2 proposals were received on the solicited. We had over 17 firms show up for the mandatory pre-proposal. The evaluation committee, which consisted of both MCPS personnel and third parties, met, determined to invite both firms for a presentation and interview. On November 19th, those were done. The evaluation committee then scored each of the proposals as indicated in the RFP, how we would score it and the points that were there. The evaluation committee felt that both firms were very qualified and both firms could have done the work. The recommendation to our school board was to proceed with negotiations on a comprehensive agreement with Branch Bills. They're the entity that did the PPA at Blacksburg High School, Auburn High School, and Auburn Middle School. We presented to our school board at their last meeting this particular PowerPoint. Tonight is to give y'all an update on where we're at. On January 7th, we posted the advertisement for a public hearing on the 7th. We're going to come back to y'all on January 13th and ask y'all to approve a resolution, which then would allow the school board to enter into that comprehensive agreement. And if everything negotiates right, because we're not at the finish line by a long shot, would have the board sign it January 1st. Our goal is, we've already had meetings with principals, we've had meetings with the entire staff, we've had meetings with the individual leadership teams of each school. We're taking all of their input and starting to make the modifications that they want, as well as do the cost estimates and what we can afford. Our hope is to be turning dirt at the end of spring of 2020 and actual hard construction starting in June of 2020. The goal in a perfect world would be using occupancy in August of 2021. Okay? I know that's a lot. I don't mean to ramble, but any questions?
Supervisor Shepherd.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. I don't have any questions this time.
Okay.
Supervisor Bowman.
I want to thank you all for working really hard to come to a place where you have, the drawings so that we can visualize what's going on, working cooperatively with us within the budget that we have available. I think, Mr. Kranz, you're an outstanding assistant superintendent, and your focus on the numbers within MCPS, and I'm not discounting you, Superintendent, but it's just elevated the confidence that I have in what the schools can do and are going to do, and what you say will happen happens. And that's very important for us to be able to support you the best way that we can. So thank you all for all of your hard work.
Thank you.
Supervisor Weeks.
Well, I asked my question during the liaison meeting. I asked who was going to be, and I already knew the answer to this, but who was going to be overseeing all of this to make sure that it all went the way it was supposed to go, and that would be
Myself.
Tommy, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So you're going to be very busy.
Yes, ma'am.
But again, that goes with the confidence, so.
Supervisor Tuck. Steve.
Just got two questions.
Yes, sir.
Will work start on all three at the same time, or will you take them one at a time?
That's our current plan, but we started to work with brands. We're actually doing a walkthrough this Thursday. We tried to do it last week, but with the ice, we canceled it. Obviously, on CPS, CES, we would like to start those together, so that the intent is to do some subs at CPS, some subs at CES, and then just swap them. So we reduce those MOB and DMOB costs. I don't think we get as much benefit of Bellevue because of the location, that's there. But yes, sir, that's one of the things we're looking at.
Okay. And will there be any redistricting required when they're done?
No, sir, that's not our intent at this point in time. Yes, sir.
Well, that ought to make it a whole lot easier.
It should, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Motz.
Is it the plan to convert CPS from an open concept to a separated classroom school?
Yes, ma'am.
So that kind of leads into my next question. Are any school closures going to be necessary as a result of the construction, or can that all kind of happen according to the break schedule?
When we look at working with both the county staff and the two respective towns on the developments that are there, orders that have been issued, as well as ones that are in the process, and discussions that are being held. No, ma'am. There's no, our needs are great. We're seeing numbers that are a little bit higher than we were initially projecting. And that's why we have the supplemental appropriation tonight. So, no, ma'am, there's no intent of anything. We need the space.
Okay. And then, and I'm extrapolating now.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it somewhat safe to assume that the plans used for CPS might also be possible to be implemented for Harding Avenue?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Yes, ma'am.
No questions, but I do appreciate y'all coming out, and I do appreciate your staff working with the county staff to get this moved a whole lot quicker.
Thank you very much, sir.
That's it for our presentations this evening.
Y'all want to stay? Dr. Myers?
You're welcome.
You don't want to
You're
stay?
welcome to stay.
Thank you very much. Board members, we have one public hearing this evening, and that is for a special use permit for Cellco Partnership through Verizon Wireless for an 85-foot monopole telecommunications tower. And Planning Director Gibson is going to review us through that.
Good evening. As Craig mentioned, public hearing tonight is for an SUP for an 85-foot telecommunications tower. So it's pretty straightforward because this is going to be barely visible above the tree line, and that's one of the items we'll talk about tonight. The tower's proposed location is just west of the town. It's located in the Prices Fork Village. You can see here on a vicinity map, and here's the actual parcel just off of Walnut Spring Road. Zoned agricultural, as is everything around it in the county, and then you can see the jurisdictional line there. This is an aerial view of the property. It did have several items that were being stored there. You can see those here, but that's been cleaned up. The property is completely vacant and somewhat wooded. The proposal, which we have a multi-sheet plan that's included in your packet, but you can just kind of get a snapshot from this, takes that rectangular piece, shows the drive aisle to access the lease area, and then the lease area is identified in the square. And if you look at the actual square, you can see the tower location, the fencing locations, and the screening. So if you're looking at the access road from Walnut Spring, this is where we had our sign posted. This is where the drive aisle access is. And then if you're looking towards the tower location, it would be back against that tree line there. The actual tower diagram that's been provided shows you that it's a monopole, and at the top it will not be a flush mount, but it does have a limited number of inches. I think it is up to 3 feet that it could go out on each side. So when we looked at the impacts to a tower of this size in this part of the county, which again is that small lease area and then the fenced compound, other than the actual construction, there's just going to be basically one vehicle a month just checking the property, making sure that everything's secure. They will have to get a land use permit from VDOT for the entrance because what's there is just sort of an old road that's been used to access a vacant property. As far as noise and light, the only noise that'll really be generated is if power goes out and the generator has to run. And typically there's lots of generators running that time, but they did give a maximum decibel level, which is well within the county code for sound. Even though it is fairly short, we did reach out to our airport director, and he has no comments, does not think it will have any proposed impact to the airport, and it is below any area that the FAA would look at for lighting, which is usually one of our main items of review. There is a historic district nearby. This will not likely be very visible. Again, this is going to just creep over the tree line with the monopole style. So the visibility will be limited. If the SUP is approved, there will be probably an ENS requirement, mostly for the access drive to be improved, and some very minimal clearing at the site for construction, but the actual wooded nature of the site is going to stay the same. So when we look at the comprehensive plan for this area of the village, it is low density residential. That being said, we always look at tower locations from a point of could there be a co-location, and there cannot. In this case, there's not a nearby tower. The closest tower is about a mile away in a different direction. This tower actually at the 85 feet, the applicant has let us know, will strengthen the will provide strength to this area by pulling off of some of the infrastructure that's in Blacksburg, in that Plantation Road area where you see a lot of flush mounts and antennas and things. So this will strengthen the Prices Fork area where there is a larger need. So again, there was an opportunity for co-location. Just they're building a tower out of need. The applicant is here and she'll share with you that they don't really want to be tower builders, they want to be cell providers. When we did the analysis, we were able to just kind of go to this overview of the single monopole tower will have an additional lightning rod. The antennas won't be flush mounted, which we see a lot, but based on the height, we don't think there will be a large visual impact. The tower is going to be used by Verizon, and they've said that it's potentially going to be available for a co-location, but based on its height, there's just a limited amount of space to clear that tree line and be able to make it functional. It will be a non-reflective galvanized steel finish, which is one of the options we identify in our language related to cell towers. The site already has that light vegetative buffer, and the screening that was suggested was basically some evergreens and a security fence that has the screening just to keep the ground equipment screened, because the landowner ultimately is looking at building a single-family home on the other side of the rectangle lot there. The Planning Commission held their public hearing in November, and the vote was 7-0 with 2 members absent to recommend approval with the following conditions. So the conditions are listed there in your packet. The first is tied to the height. The second is that the multiple sheets that you have, the site will have to be developed in conformance with those. So we specifically identified that. It will be monopole. The antennas will not exceed 36 inches. All wiring and cables are inside of the monopole structure. No platforms or the larger dishes will be allowed. And the landscaping that we recommended, the applicant was comfortable with that, in addition to the fencing they were already going to provide. So that is all staff has for you this evening. I'll take any questions, and I believe the applicant is here somewhere, and she has a presentation also.
Supervisor Cook, any questions?
No questions.
Supervisor Steve? No. Vice Chair DeMott?
No questions. Thank you, Emily.
Supervisor Shepherd?
I did talk to Mr. Dowdy. He let me know that was coming, and I received no calls in opposition or, on it. So.
Supervisor Bone?
And there was no one for public comment at the Planning Commission either, so that's all.
No questions.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Lori Schweller, attorney with Williams Mullen, representing Verizon Wireless. And with me is Larry Bickings, who is the site acquisition and zoning manager for this site with the company Sites Unlimited, which is a consultant for Verizon Wireless. Why is Verizon Wireless expanding the network we would like to provide to you today this new site, both for capacity and for coverage. At this point in the U.S., over 52% of Americans don't have wireline service anymore. So wireless is extremely important. When you take into consideration that depending on where you live, 75 to 80% of 911 calls are made by wireless device, and that's not just on the road anymore, it's in the home. You can see how very important it is to have a robust wireless network in Montgomery County. So to reiterate, Verizon is not a tower builder. We're proposing this new wireless facility for you to provide wireless service within the Verizon wireless network. Our preference is always to co-locate on an existing support structure. It need not be a tower. It could be a very tall building or a water tank or other structures such as that. But within the search ring for this particular target area, there were no towers. Turns out there is a tower over a mile away to the south, but it's not in the right location for us. And we didn't mention it during the Planning Commission meeting because it's not registered with the FCC, so it wasn't something we were aware of at that time. So this is the proposed site location on property of Mr. Dowdy, which is in the A1 zoning district. And we will have a 20-foot access and utility easement that will be for both access and for fiber. All the setbacks are met for the monopole, which is relatively short. We have a 40 by 40 foot compound within a 50 by 50 foot lease area, and then we'll have landscaping around that, both leland, cypress, and white pine. The monopole elevation is only 85 feet tall with a 4-foot lightning rod, and the antenna standoff will be a maximum of 36 inches. So from a distance, you won't see a broad array. Parcel is surrounded by trees, and so it should be minimally visible from neighboring parcels. Just wanted to show you an example. We did a balloon test in Bedford County, and you can see in the top picture the balloon at this height, and then you can see a photo simulation in the lower picture. It gives you a sense of how wireless facility at this height blends in with the tree line. And that's my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions. We're requesting your vote tonight on the special use permit during your new business, given the unanimous recommendation from the Planning Commission and recommendation of the staff. And we certainly do accept and agree to all of the conditions that have been proposed by staff in the staff report.
Did that bring up any questions? Supervisor Steve?
Are there any more locations in the county that are similar to this that you will be expanding or in the process of looking at?
We are working on another site in Montgomery County right now. I'm not aware beyond that, but we will be bringing another site to you in the coming months for additional coverage.
Is there a number of customers that you have to have before you proceed with that? Or is this based on existing customers and just improving a signal strength?
It's really more of the latter. Verizon proposes a new site based on feedback from existing customers, feedback from sales representatives, and just modeling by the radio frequency engineers, within the network of their computer. So it's a combination of factors to identify a location where a new site is needed. And they will target the site. It could be the search area ring could be a half-mile in radius, or could be a mile in radius. This one was about 3/4 mile. It was a very targeted area that we were trying to serve.
But there's a number of customers that you're trying to cover in that location?
I don't know that there's a specific number. If there's a spot in the network that is not robust, there's no minimum number of customers who need to live there for Verizon to want to make that right.
Well, I'd like to put a plug in for my area of the county. Allegheny Springs has very little signal. That's all I got. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I kind of guessed where you were going with that.
Vice Chair Knox, anything?
No, thank you.
Supervisor Shepherd?
I'll add to that just a little bit. I was just finished up a campaign in Nars Run. There was an elderly couple that have Verizon Wireless and offered a site to put a tower, and Verizon told them no. But for example, she has at one point was wearing a heart monitor, and to download that they had to travel 2 or 3 miles away to get that downloaded, and that goes back to your 911 call. So yeah, I'd like to put a plug in for that area.
Thank you for that. And I should mention, we often have people who are interested in having new wireless facilities on their property or property belonging to their families. And there is a website, in case you get that question from your constituents, there is a website for real estate search, and you can input your address to put that in the database for Verizon Wireless. You can also call me, and I'll let them know. So.
Thank you.
Can I ask a
Yes,
question?
go ahead.
2 things. So I have my personal phone, which is T-Mobile, and then the county phone, which is Verizon. And that specific area, neither really get a very good signal at all. So I'm excited because I do spend a fair amount of time over there going to church. But, you know, there's already one development of over 300 homes approved down a little bit, and now going through the Planning Commission, another 400 plus homes similarly in the same, across the street from them. And then we just had that big development next to the Blacksburg High School. So right out of the chute, you guys are getting all these new customers. Is that part of your equation?
It could be. I have heard of that development, but I don't actually know what the RF engineers look for. My work begins at the point when they say we need this site and we need this site zoned, and sometimes I don't know the history of that decision. But I was aware of the upcoming neighborhoods in the area. Did that answer your question?
I was just curious. Thank you.
Questions?
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
No one signed up for this. Sure. We don't have anyone signed up for this public hearing regarding the cell tower. However, if anybody is here that wants to speak on that issue, you're welcome to come forward and have 5 minutes to speak.
On the cell tower.
If you will, state your name and address, please.
My name is Wayne Coleman. I live at 1741 Stratford View Drive in Blacksburg. And the only comment I have is to you guys, and maybe if you could pass it on to the Planning Commission too, is we talked about an antenna for wireless communication. But there's also a concern that you may not be aware of regarding the type of transmission, whether it's going to be a 4G antenna or a 5G antenna. And also, there have been quite a few studies done of how telecommunication affects people's health. And the studies have shown that some people are very susceptible to the electromagnetic waves that are transmitted from cell towers. Some people are not very susceptible. But whenever you decide to approve or not approve a cell tower location, I think it'd be important to think about that. Just keep that in the back of your mind. Who lives around that particular tower? Even if it's a landowner that wants the tower there, they may not be aware of what they're really asking for. And then if that tower gets converted from 4G to 5G, we really don't know what's going to happen with 5G. But if you do some research into 5G, you'll see the nation is divided. And the division is that the health-related people, not necessarily big pharma or big medical industry, but the independent health-related people are very concerned about 5G from independent studies around the world. A good book to look at is called The Invisible Rainbow. I've read it, and it gives a history of electromagnetic radiation throughout the world and how it affects the human body, especially in certain people that are very susceptible. And when they get sick from this stuff, there's nothing they can do but move. So I just encourage you and pass along to the Planning Commission that when you're talking about new cell towers or telecommunications in general, be alert, be aware, maybe do some asking questions of people that you know that are in the health-related field. Maybe take a look at this book, The Invisible Rainbow, and make your decisions accordingly. That's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wants to speak to the board on this matter?
Seeing none, we'll close that one.
Board members, next item on our agenda this evening is consent agenda. We have a number of items under consent agenda for your consideration.
I'd like to move the consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Secretary, call roll, please.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Ms. Bennett?
Aye.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. Tuck?
Aye.
Mr. Chakowski?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Chair Cooney?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Board members, the next item on our agenda this evening is public address. I do want to quickly review again the guidelines for our public address this evening. When your name is called to come to the podium, if you will, please state your name, address, and the subject matter, although I think we pretty much know what most folks are here for tonight. We'll go through the list on the sign-up sheet. After we go through the list, if there's anyone that still wishes to speak, other speakers will be allowed. Each speaker will be allowed 5 minutes. We'll have a timer up here. All comments are to be directed to the chair and other supervisors from here at the front. The board does not respond to comments. It's their opportunity to hear from you. If you have any written statements or handouts, please leave them with the board clerk here to the left of the podium. Speakers will be judged out of order should the speaker engage in any personal attacks, profanity, abusive language, debate with the audience, and not address the supervisors. One thing I want to mention is we have 4 pages of folks that have signed up to speak, and we know that we want to give ample opportunity for everybody to speak. We also want to allow for opportunity this evening for the board members to discuss the matter as well. So I want to encourage you, even though you have 5 minutes, we'll keep this moving as best we can. The other thing I want to mention is I know there's a lot of passion on both sides of this issue. If you feel the need to applaud, just know that slows the process down. Another community I saw that instead of applauding, people would just raise their hand if they supported that speaker. That allows us to keep things moving along. I certainly understand the passion, but if we can not have applause or other noise, that allows us to get through, because each speaker deserves their time in front of this group tonight.
You want to say something?
I just want to add that I think that's really good. That I like the idea of raising the hand, because I couldn't hear some of the people being called up last time, because people were still clapping when Mr. Meadows was trying to call folks up. So I think it would make the whole process just a lot smoother. And I think, showing respect for each person, no matter, which side they're talking about, probably would be very beneficial too, because I did hear from some folks that felt a little bit intimidated last time. So that's all I wanted to add. And just thank everyone for being here.
Absolutely. A couple more things I want to add. At the last meeting, there was a request after we got through all the speakers for speakers to come back and say something else. We don't allow that. If you come up and speak, you have one opportunity to speak, because if we allow folks to come back, we'd be here this time tomorrow night still talking about this. The other thing I wanted to mention too is I see a lot of people around the room. There are chairs out in the lobby. I can't see through the wall, so I don't know how full those chairs are. There's also, they're full, okay. There's also chairs over here in what we call multi-purpose room 2. We don't have video over there. We haven't spent the money to get the TV stuff all over there. So if you get tired of standing and you want to sit and still be able to hear, we have chairs over in MP2 that you can use as well. Anything else? All right, we'll start down the list.
Hang on.
And because there may be some people signed up on the list outside, I was wondering if you would read 2 or 3 names, so that way they would be able to hear it, and some of those folks, if they're out in the lobby, would have the opportunity to come in and either try to grab a seat up front or stand up towards the front of things.
I think the up front seats.
There's all the seats are going up front, so stand towards the front then.
Also, can you explain the lights and the beep?
Sure. You have 5 minutes. I believe when there's less than a minute left, the orange light in the middle comes on this little box that's on the podium. And then when you get to your 5 minutes, the red light comes on, and red means stop, so please stop. what I'll do is I'll call the first name and I'll call the next name so that person can queue up, and I'll each time go through that, and we'll move through this as quickly as possible. First person signed up this evening is Jennifer Wolves. After Ms. Wolves is Sheila Basham.
My name is Jennifer Walls. I live at, it's okay, everybody does that. I live at 195 Robin Hood Drive here in Christiansburg. When I first signed up to speak tonight, I had planned to talk about my experience as an employee of Virginia Tech on April 16th, 2007. We all know what that date is. Many of us have personal ties and connections to that date. I did lose a student on that date. As I thought more about what I was going to say tonight, though, I realized that some people might think it's disrespectful to family members and friends of the victims of the shooting. And I also definitely did not want to be disrespectful in any way to any of the first responders who went into Norris Hall and saw that devastation. I cannot even imagine the images that they saw that have to be ingrained in their mind, and the sounds that they heard that I can only guess still haunt them today. I didn't want to have any sort of inkling of disrespect to any of those individuals. And I also concluded that the shooting on April 16th at Virginia Tech is not something that should be used for any sort of political reason. It is a tragedy, and it should be looked at as a tragedy that affected a community that came together. So instead, what I decided to speak about were more current experiences that I've had in the criminal justice system. The gun control laws proposed to the General Assembly for vote in 2020 are being touted as a way to make Virginia safer. As a former criminal defense attorney and a current criminal prosecutor, I have to say that that makes no sense. Bad guys don't follow the law. They don't care what those black books in the library say. They don't care what the rules are that the judges and the police and the law enforcement agencies want them to follow. They aren't going to care if there are stricter gun control laws enacted in the Commonwealth of Virginia. Criminals commit crimes if they want to. They are going to use a gun to commit a crime if they want to. Stricter gun control laws are not going to prohibit a bad guy from crossing state lines to get a firearm, any firearm that they want, from going to the black market to get any firearm that they want, to go to the dark web where firearm trafficking is exploding. Nothing, no law is going to prevent them from doing those things. The only people that are going to be truly impacted by stricter gun control laws as proposed for a vote in 2020 are the law-abiding good guys with guns. I'm talking about our neighbors, our friends, our teachers, our pastors, a number of people in this room this evening, good guys with guns. Those are the people who will virtually overnight have their rights under the Second Amendment impacted. Either they give up their guns that they today lawfully own, many of them a very common firearm, the Glock 17 pistol, that by its very nature, the standard magazine that comes with it, under the proposed laws, would make it an assault weapon and unlawful to own. So they give up those firearms if they want to be in compliance with the proposed laws. Those firearms that they use for self-defense, defense of others, defense of their family, defense of their property, the firearms that they use for sporting, they end up being virtually defenseless. On the flip side, the proposed gun control laws won't have any negative impact on the criminals. Because again, if they want to get a gun, they're going to find a way to get a gun, and they are going to use those firearms to commit criminal acts. Whether it be they break into your home, where 2 months ago you could have a gun, you had your Glock 17, you could protect yourself and your family, but now under the new proposed laws, you wouldn't have that. Or they hijack you and get your vehicle. Thank you all for listening tonight. I'm just asking that you, Board of Supervisors, follow what the geographic majority of the Commonwealth has done and vote for the resolution to be a Second Amendment sanctuary.
All right, our next speaker is Sheila Basham, followed by Delegate Joe McNamara. Pull it on down there.
Thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. My name is Sheila Basham. I reside at 2573 Mayapple Lane in Shawsville. Your duties are twofold: to make the right decision for your districts and to make the right decision for the county. As citizens, it is our duty to protect and honor our state and its laws and constitution. I urge you to please help us to honor our duties by honoring yours. If you are considering voting no on this very important issue, please do so with a heavy heart, as a no is not the right decision. I want to thank each supervisor for your work and dedication to this county. I wish you a very Merry Christmas and a happy and safe New Year.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Delegate Joe McNamara, followed by Dr. Thomas Dillon.
Good evening. First and foremost, let me thank you all for engaging with the citizenry. Not all the localities that I represent have a public comment period, so thank you for the courage to listen. I will have an opportunity, or have had an opportunity to represent more than 25% of Montgomery County in the General Assembly. I've had an opportunity to sit in your seat in Roanoke County for 17 years. There's never been an issue that has gendered so much interest that I can recall in the 20 years that I've been in public service. First and foremost, I would like to say that I stand with many of you and many of the citizens of Montgomery County in supporting our Second Amendment rights. I think enforcing the gun laws that we have, the laws that separate bad people from their guns, is the right way to approach the gun laws. And separating lawful abiding citizens from their guns is the wrong way. When I look behind me, I don't see Republicans and Democrats. I see Montgomery County citizens that feel that their Second Amendment rights are being infringed on and are worried. They're worried about Northern Virginia delegates and senators that have put bills in that want to tell us in this part of the state how we're supposed to run our business. It's wrong, and it needs to be stopped. When I say the argument that I've heard is Virginia is a Dillon rule state, so state law trumps local law. A resolution is symbolic. A resolution will say things that can't really deliver. And I say, symbolic or not, the message has to be made, and it has to be made strongly to Richmond. Because Northern Virginia wants to tell us how we are going to do our gun rights. We don't need partisan politics. We need to represent the wills and the wishes of the Montgomery County citizens that we represent. More than anybody, many of us are willing to engage in thoughtful discussion that makes sense. We're not willing to engage in knee-jerk reactions that do not have scientific data behind them. Many, many localities, I think about 90, have enacted a Second Amendment sanctuary status. I would encourage you to do the same. When you look at facts, Virginia is a very safe state. We are the fourth best state as far as the lowest crime rate, beat only by New Hampshire, Vermont, and Maine. Let's keep Virginia the Virginia we know and love. and move aside from partisan politics and take care of our citizens. Thank you for your time.
Folks, our next speaker is Dr. Thomas Diller, followed by Linda Plott.
I'd like to thank the members of the board for this opportunity to speak. My name is Tom Diller. I live on Overlook Drive, Blacksburg, Virginia. I've been there for over 40 years. The 1 year that I was not there, I took my family to live in Switzerland. And you may ask, why is that important to this debate? Switzerland is considered a model of gun ownership and safety. It has one of the highest gun ownership rates of any country in the world, excluding the U.S. It's behind the U.S., ahead of everybody else. But it also has a very good record of safety. The NRA often points to Switzerland as a country that can have a lot of guns and do it safely. In addition, they have about 8 or 9 million people, comparable to the state of Virginia. So it's easy to make comparisons between Switzerland and Virginia. So for example, in the recent year, Switzerland had 16 gun homicides. The state of Virginia had 375. While we lived there, we lived in a bad part of town. It was a very high immigrant area. It was known among the Swiss as not a good part of town. But we felt very safe there. There was very little crime. We saw nothing of that. It was really ideal in many ways. So you may ask the question, how did they accomplish this over there? They had one mass shooting 20 years ago. And they responded to that with a number of reasonable federal gun regulations. Permits for all guns, background checks for the citizens, and they were very extensive background checks. In addition, one thing that they have is a well-regulated militia. All male citizens of Switzerland are in the militia. They do training every year. They have weapons in their home. They are trained and licensed. Okay? So then we came back to Virginia. And I was teaching class soon afterwards, 100 engineering students at Virginia Tech in 2007, while my friends were being shot repeatedly, just one building over. If Cho would have come into my classroom, he could have killed quite a few more than what he did. They didn't have large classrooms in that building. Let me make clear that Virginia Tech 2007 at that time would not have happened in Switzerland. Why? Because Cho would never have gotten the weapons. He would never have gotten the license. This was controlled. But the U.S. has no response to this. Virginia has had no response to this. It would still happen the same way today. Even though a vast majority of our citizens favor reasonable gun regulations. We don't need to take away guns. We just need to have some sensible regulations on the guns. Nobody seems to complain that they have to have training and a license to operate a motor vehicle. They have to have a registration for the motor vehicle. Why then something more lethal than a motor vehicle, don't we have the same thing? Training, license, registration.
So in conclusion, and let me add one other thing. In Switzerland, they do a lot of voting by referendum. Anything that comes along, everybody votes for it. They put it on the ballot and everybody votes for it and the majority rules. And that's how they got their reasonable regulations. And isn't that the definition of democracy?
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Linda Plout, followed by Beth Obenchain.
Good evening. My name is Linda Plout. I live at 620 Watson Lane, Blacksburg, District F. I want to thank the supervisors who responded to my emails last week and thank all of you for the hard work that you do to make our community a better place. I know that gun ownership is a very emotional issue, and I have to admit to strong feelings about my prized possessions. Just ask my friends about my violin sometime. However, I don't set my love for any of my belongings above my love for family and friends. For example, I lost my mother to gun suicide. My children lost 2 high school classmates to gun suicide, and 2 more to gun accidents. These are not bad guys with guns. These are good guys who are playing with something that they either are not emotionally in a good condition to be handling, or that they haven't been instructed properly in the safe use of. So please consider the needs of the victims and resist the notion of giving protections to guns rather than to human beings. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Beth Obenchain, followed by Peggy Lane. Please give those to the clerk.
You're not supposed to approach. You're not supposed to approach.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Elizabeth Obenchain, and I live at 2010 Prices Fork Road, Blacksburg. I'm president of the League of Women Voters of Montgomery County. The League, as you probably know, is a nonpartisan organization that for 100 years has supported laws that enhance and protect the lives of women, children, and families in this nation. I speak also as a gun owner and a landowner who permits hunting on our family farms. First, these resolutions are unnecessary and accomplish nothing. We know that you as supervisors support and respect the Constitution. The League believes that within the parameters of the Constitution, there is a need and room for common sense gun laws to protect Virginians. Guns are not just a legal issue, they are also a public health issue, as far too many Virginians die from gun violence or suicide every year. This resolution is supposedly a reaction to legislation being proposed by our governor and supported by many members of the General Assembly. Governor Northam's legislative proposals for gun safety have all been legislated in other states and are proven pieces of legislation that have saved lives. His proposed legislation will work within constitutional bounds of gun control rulings by the Supreme Court to reduce the death rate from guns. There is no need for hysteria that the governor and the 2020 General Assembly are going to undermine the Second Amendment. A recent poll of Virginians of all political stripes found that 84% favor universal background checks and 76% favor red flag laws. The League also supports common sense legislation such as universal background checks, red flag laws for those judged to pose a grave risk to public safety, prevention of child access to guns, and reporting lost and stolen guns. The League asks you not to approve these resolutions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Peggy Lane, followed by Charles Coble.
I'm Peggy Lane, and I live at 1613 Honeysuckle Drive in Blacksburg. Tonight, you will consider a resolution to make Montgomery County a so-called Second Amendment sanctuary. I strongly oppose this resolution. As a witness to the massacre at Virginia Tech in 2007, I have very strong beliefs about the need for restrictions on gun ownership in this country. I understand that many people hold different views. In the United States, we elect representatives to Congress, the General Assembly, and our local town councils and county commissions. It's the role of our elected representatives to enact laws that balance the views of the voters. It's our responsibility as citizens to both advocate for what we believe in, as we are doing here tonight, and to obey the laws of the land. I support responsible regulations of firearms. The Supreme Court, in its 2008 decision that held that the Second Amendment protects an individual's right to keep and bear arms, also stated that, like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. Justice Scalia went on to write that laws preventing certain individuals from owning firearms, forbidding firearms in certain sensitive places, and imposing conditions on the sale of firearms are constitutional. Local governments must abide by laws passed by our elected representatives in the General Assembly. It's not up to local law enforcement to determine the constitutionality of legislation. That is the role of the courts. Please do not allow the strong feelings of some to undermine the rule of law in Montgomery County. Thank you for your service to the community.
Our next speaker is Charles Coble, followed by Jennifer Gallagher. And I apologize in advance if I massacre anybody's names. I'm sorry.
That's often pronounced that way. Chairman King, Vice Chairman DeMotts, and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to speak on the proposed resolutions to declare Montgomery County a Second Amendment sanctuary. My name is Charles Ted Coble, or Cable, and I live in District A of the county at 2004 Walters Court. In my career, I've advised numerous local governments about public policies and programs related to economic and community development. I've always stressed the importance of consistency in the messages and signals sent to audiences outside the local community, as the future vitality of any community is dependent on how the locality is viewed by investors, professionals, business owners, and developers. I've also unpleasantly and all too frequently been surprised when local leaders think their actions on controversial topics will be unnoticed by people outside their communities. You are considering declaring Montgomery County a gun sanctuary. What would such an action signal to others about our community, particularly the entrepreneurs, healthcare professionals, scientists, inventors, creators, and investors that Montgomery County depends on for its future quality of life? Most likely, it would signal that this is a community where public policy is set in response to a loud, angry, threatening crowd that shows up at a public meeting, figuratively or literally, waving their firearms, demand that our elected leaders adopt their position or else. And this would be at the expense and willful ignorance of the public health and safety evidence on the role of guns and suicides and domestic violence, as well as the now all too frequent mass shooting. The economic engines of this community are Virginia Tech, Carilion, science, and engineering. Distressed areas of the region are trying to establish development and tourism ties to Northern Virginia. Do you think the people behind the health and tech startups in this community are going to be excited to hear that local government was swayed by an angry crowd to pronounce this a gun sanctuary? As to my personal bona fides, have resided in Montgomery County for nearly 30 years. I purchased my first hunting gun when I was 12 years old, a long time ago. I won a local turkey shoot in Ohio more than 50 years ago with my first shotgun. I grew up with and respecting guns. I was schooled by gun collectors and enthusiasts. I enjoyed hunting and target shooting for many years. Nonetheless, my life has been scarred by inadequate attention to gun regulation. A childhood friend nearly killed his sister in an in-home shooting accident. A good friend in Montgomery County was killed by her mentally ill husband. My wife's brother-in-law killed himself with his weapon. Another relative has had to obtain a restraining order from an angry man with a carry permit. And I taught the class that would have followed J.B. Bishop's in Norris Hall on April 16, 2007. Guns are not and cannot be an unfettered right. Common sense dictates this, and the Supreme Court has consistently confirmed it. Make no mistake, announcing a gun sanctuary policy in the county that experienced one of the worst mass shootings in U.S. history and is represented in the General Assembly by a former newsman whose fiancé was shot and killed during an on-air broadcast will be noticed. It will be highly publicized. Do not be surprised that such an action garners national attention. This is not the signal you want to send about Montgomery County. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer Gallagher, followed by Richard Schrock.
Good evening. My name is Jenny Gallagher and I live in Blacksburg. And people who know me know that I often refer to Montgomery County as my utopia. There is such kindness here, such a compassion for one another amongst neighbors and strangers that I never experienced until I moved here. I'm here tonight because I love this county and the people in it. I'm deeply saddened, though, by the impact the Second Amendment sanctuary issue has had on our county. At this meeting last month, I didn't recognize the community that I saw in this room. There was none of the compassion and goodwill that I'm used to experiencing here. It was all anger and fear. I'm worried that this issue has made us lose sight of what we have in common. We surely all want to live in a place where neighbors and even strangers look out for each other. We surely all want our children and each other's children to be safe and to have every opportunity for a happy and productive future. We surely all want our county to prosper economically so that we have access to good paying jobs and can pay for the county services and infrastructure that we've come to depend on. But the division caused by the sanctuary issue has overshadowed what we have in common. I'm sure that it's extremely difficult for you as supervisors to be caught in the middle between citizens on opposite sides of an issue that they all feel extremely passionate about. I don't envy your job, and I appreciate the chance to share with you why many of us hope that you will say no to these resolutions. We're looking to you to lead, to make difficult choices that may be unpopular with some for the good of the whole. Before the public comments began at last month's meeting, Lisa Bleakley provided an update on tourism in the county over the last year, and Jennifer Harris gave a presentation on the county's new brand and logo. Both of these presentations highlighted what is wonderful about Montgomery County, but they also revealed what is at stake if we pass the sanctuary resolution. If we pass this resolution, will tourists be less likely to visit here, knowing that we've chosen to ignore laws intended to keep guns out of the hands of people who would use them to commit acts of violence? If we pass this resolution, will businesses who could bring good jobs to our residents be less likely to come to Montgomery County? Is passing a resolution that is completely symbolic and not legally binding to appease a minority of the population worth the potential economic risk to the entire county? Many of us here tonight, and many more who cannot be here this evening, say no. Additionally, if you pass this resolution, what are you saying to the residents of Montgomery County who have been personally affected by gun violence? In 2011, Virginia Tech police officer Derek Krause was shot and killed as he sat in his patrol vehicle in a parking lot on campus. In 2006, Derek McFarland, a hospital security guard, and Corporal Eric Sutphin of the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office were shot and killed in the line of duty. And as others have mentioned, on April 16, 2007, A gunman shot and killed 32 members of our community, and Virginia Tech became, at the time, the deadliest mass shooting in our country's history. If you pass these resolutions, what would you be saying to those victims' families? How would you justify to them voting to ignore laws requiring background checks and red flag laws that could prevent the next tragedy? And if, God forbid, there is another tragedy, how would you face the next victims' families and justify your vote to ignore the laws that could have saved their loved one? We've had more than our share of gun violence tragedies here, but I have hope that both here in Montgomery County and in Virginia, we will learn from them and enact legislation and policies to decrease the odds that they will happen again. As a resident, I trust that you, our board, along with the Sheriff's Office, our police departments, and the Commonwealth's Attorney's Office, will always honor your oaths and uphold the law. And I sincerely hope that my faith has not been misplaced. Finally, we are so tired of tragedy. We are so tired of grieving. Grieving for college students, for law enforcement officers, for people watching a movie or enjoying a concert or praying in church. Grieving for 26 and 7-year-olds who were murdered in their first grade classroom 7 years ago this month. I'm asking the 7 of you, as your neighbor, as a resident of Montgomery County, and as a mother, to please protect our community and vote no on these resolutions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Richard Shryock. It's followed by Jamie McReynolds. Did I mess that up too bad?
No, you got it right. Thank you. That's impressive. My name is Richard Shryock. I live at 1500 Bradley Lane in Blacksburg, and I'd like to thank the board for allowing me to address them. The sanctuary resolution is a constitutional matter that is beyond the scope of a board of supervisors and will result in confusion and polarization at a time when we need to come together. The resolution seems innocuous, but in many ways it is a Trojan horse. What does sanctuary county mean? There's a reference in it to not proposing or enacting laws contrary to that or that erode constitutionally protected rights. But this is not a problem in our county. This is not something that you are doing. If that's all this resolution meant, you could easily delete the term sanctuary county without affecting the resolution. The purpose of the resolution is to have us declare a sanctuary county. Since the term is undefined, the result is that others will define what it means for our county. Supporting this resolution means supporting all of the baggage that comes with it, as well as the consequences. The originators of the sanctuary movement seem to say that they know what is constitutional and how and that they should influence how laws are enforced. This is a perversion of our Constitution. It is not up to individuals or localities to decide what is constitutional. That power, of course, rests with the courts and Congress. Moreover, the resolution presents a misleading interpretation of the Second Amendment. The resolution cites part of the U.S. and Virginia constitutions to pick out the words that matter most. Quote, shall not be infringed. Such a presentation of the resolution suggests that the Second Amendment is an absolute right. It is not. Infringement happens all of the time, and most of the people in this room, even those wearing orange stickers, would probably agree that there are certain people who should not have guns. Those people, no one would ever say that someone in jail should have a gun. No one would ever say that a child in school should have a gun. No one would ever say someone who's declared criminally insane and violent should have a gun. Convicted felons, should they have guns? No, we limit, we infringe in certain cases. There are certain places, too, where we infringe. We do not allow guns into courtrooms. We do not allow guns into most public buildings, government buildings. We do not allow guns on airplanes. And there are good reasons for these. These are all infringements of that. It's not an absolute right. It's not, and likewise, even with the type of arms, we do not allow people to buy automatic weapons. We do not allow people to buy machine guns. We do not allow people to buy mortars, surface-to-air missiles. There are good reasons for these things. These are infringements. This is, again, not an absolute right as it's being presented here. And, of course, Chief Justice Scalia, as has already been mentioned here, has indicated very explicitly in the 2008 decision of DC versus Howard that, again, that the Second Amendment, like any other amendment, is limited. Like any other right, it is limited. So one of the things I think we can all agree on, or most people can agree on, is that the confines, the limits of what is allowed has not been decided clearly. We do not know that. We are still investigating that, uncovering that. The Supreme Court in the Heller case only said that he could have a handgun in his home for self-defense. There are other questions that need to be resolved still in regard to the Second Amendment. The sanctuary motion here, idea, suggests that it's going to be up to individuals and localities and perhaps law enforcement officers to be deciding where to draw this line. That's not their job. We have people like yourselves and our law enforcement officers who have taken an oath to defend the Constitution. They have not taken their position is not one to interpret the Constitution. That is handled elsewhere. Once that is decided by our courts, by our Congress, their job, of course, is to carry forth those and not interpret. So I'm very concerned here that by declaring ourselves a sanctuary county, whatever that means, that it will create confusion among people here in the county and other people who may come to the county. And that this will not reflect well on our county. And also I've noticed too that very often this is being presented as a black and white issue. It's not. There is a lot of gray in this issue. And that's where we need your wisdom there to lead us and make us a better county. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Jamie McReynolds, followed by Alexa Casey.
Good evening. My name is Jamie McReynolds. I live at 1408 Gladewood Road in Blacksburg, Virginia. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of one of the members of the audience who did not feel safe sharing their thoughts about the discussion we're having here tonight. Here's the statement that individual shared with me and wanted others to hear. Although I was unable to attend last Montgomery County Supervisors meeting, I did learn of individuals who were there and who felt unsafe sharing their concerns against establishing a Second Amendment sanctuary here. It's easy to come forward to speak if you're part of a large group of people who agree on a position. It's harder to be one of only a few who do not agree with that position, although I think it's a much larger group this time. If you are not originally from this area, you'll be discounted as not understanding the situation. If you don't think guns are the answer, you'll be told you have no experience, so who are you to make that statement? If you want to minimize the harm guns can do by managing accessibility to weapons and ammunition, you're dismissed as being misinformed. I could list many more, but I think there are enough to make my point about why it's difficult to have a different opinion on this topic. I'm not from this area, but was raised in a part of the country where guns and hunting with them were and are widely practiced. My father taught me how to shoot a gun and wanted me to understand the harm that could come from using one improperly. One of my cousins had a 5-year-old child who was killed by a young boy who was demonstrating his prowess with a shotgun. My immediate family would have been directly impacted by the Virginia Tech massacre, except my son's class was moved to a different location. A professor from his department and several students he had known were killed in the classroom that he was to be in on that horrendous day. Controls such as background checks and smaller magazines would have saved many of their lives. I know what guns can do. Additionally, I have several family members who are currently in law enforcement and are expected to honor and obey all national and their respective states' laws. That is what should be the ruling position, following our laws and respecting their purposes. The word sanctuary could cause some individuals to believe they are above the law. They aren't and won't be. Additionally, as we are not from here, it would be relatively easy to identify us. I don't want my family to become targets for verbal or other abuse. I feel that could happen if I spoke at this meeting. This is why I have somebody else speaking for me. We need to learn to be civil again, to respect the opinions of others, whether they agree with us or not. But until that happens, I will not personally make any statements because I'm afraid. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alexa Casey, followed by Vincent Lapero III.
You know what?
Glasses.
I took my glasses off. That was not a good idea, but well, I have a lot of different thoughts going on, and I have some prepared statements, but I have some statements in reaction to what's happening tonight. One of the reasons that we have a larger group here representing the side that wants background checks, the side that wants looking at saner guidelines, looking at maybe the CDC studying gun laws and gun violence. We're here because we have an opinion as well. And I know last time what happened, there were a lot of rude comments, a lot of statements. I'm sitting more in the back, and it's hard for me to actually hear people laughing when people up here are talking about suicide. It's very shocking and a little disturbing, and they were making comments, maybe they're doing it now, I can't hear up here, but being back there and hearing that is a little disconcerting. When I heard about the last meeting here, I was concerned, and then I decided to go to the Radford meeting, and I was in some ways not sure what to expect, and I was quite impressed with how that meeting went. There was a large amount of control in that arena. The mayor indicated that despite the differences, people were going to get along, and I would say both sides were respectful and didn't laugh when people talked about suicide or didn't laugh when people talked about gun violence. So I was impressed by that. I would like to think that we can do that here as well. I appreciate the concern. One of the things that I came out of that Radford meeting was that people are afraid. People who, they didn't wear the stickers at that meeting, but the people are afraid that their guns are going to be taken away. They're afraid that they're going to be confiscated. They're afraid that people like myself don't want them to have guns, and I hope that they can get the message that that's not the case at all. That is not what this is about. So I would like to read a little bit of my ponderings about why we're in this space, why instead of us meeting together as a group, we're not talking about other issues that would make a difference in our lives, like utility rate increases, or maybe homelessness, or other healthcare issues. Those are the kinds, if we could get this many people together to talk about those issues, maybe we could actually make a difference. We are not on different sides. It may feel like we are. I mean, obviously we have disagreements, but we do not have to be so divisive. So I just want to share a couple thoughts. Well, they're not a couple, there's more than a couple, but one of the things that struck me was when I went through and read a lot of the NRA research, a lot of their publications, and you know, when you go on the NRA, the National Rifle Association, the first thing that comes up is there's lots of merch that they have. So they have t-shirts, they have bags, they have all kinds of stuff. That kind of came out at me. But the thing that really struck me about their materials is the language that they use. And when I went to the forum gathering in Radford and even here tonight, the language is very much the same. So the language kind of goes like this. There's good guys and there's bad guys, okay? And guess what? I found out I'm actually a bad guy. So even though I've spent my life working and helping and doing a number of things, community projects, I have somehow, because I'm on a Democrat, I'm on the left, I believe there should be some type of gun law controls, that I'm on the bad side. So the problem is that when you simplify things in this manner, things get very black and white. And so given that I have an orange light right now, what I'm going to ask you guys to do is consider, there's been a lot of good arguments not to pass the sanctuary resolution. I'm asking all of you to consider the effect, the economic effect, the fact that it'll make everything very confusing. I'm asking all of you to vote no on that sanctuary resolution, and I appreciate all your time, and I think we have another 5 hours to go, right? Okay.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Vincent Laparo III, followed by Travis Sutphin.
Good evening. Good to see you guys. First of all, all of our legislators took an oath to uphold the Constitution. The proposed legislation in Richmond does not pose a possible threat to just the Second Amendment of the United States Constitution or the 13th Amendment of the Virginia State Constitution, but red flag laws can also pose a threat to the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 1st Amendment constitutional rights. All that I have left to say is I don't want to bring religion in here, but Jesus said the meek shall inherit the earth. That means those who have swords and know how to use them, but keep them sheathed, shall inherit the earth. I believe something should be done about the bad things we see happening in our country. I don't believe that they are to restrict lawful upstanding citizens, but to empower them and educate them. And I believe if we instead of a focus on restricting what people can own and what people can do, increasing our education on the responsibilities of what people have the right to do, we may see an improvement in our society. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Travis Sutphin, followed by Heath Combs.
Hi, my name is Travis Sutphin. I live at 5418 Graysontown Road in District D of the county. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I wanted to speak about a few of the recent crimes in Montgomery County and the surrounding areas that I'm sure, unfortunately, most of us remember. On January 24th of this year, a young RU student was stabbed 30 to 40 times and murdered by her roommate who confessed to the crime. In October of 2017, a 24-year-old man was stabbed to death by his girlfriend during a domestic dispute in Shawsville. On April 4th, 2015, a young woman deliberately and brutally stabbed her former father-in-law in Roanoke 31 times with a bayonet-shaped knife. On August 19th, 2011, a 39-year-old Radford man was severely beaten. Sadly, he passed 3 days later. These horrible crimes were committed without the use of a gun. Cain killed Abel with a rock. God did not ban the use of the rock. He punished the man who committed the sin. Guns are not the problem. The problem is a societal problem, a lack of compassion for our fellow man, and a lack of value for human life. But to be fair, let's mention some stories that did involve gun violence. I'll bring up 2 incidents sadly we will all remember. August 21st, 2006, Corporal Eric Sutphin, no relation, was gunned down by an escaped inmate on the run from law enforcement. So that's what criminals do. They don't obey laws. New gun legislation is not going to affect them. And finally, on April 16th, 2007, I need not say any more. Mental health is not something that has been proposed and pre-filed for the January 2020 Virginia legislative session. Gun control is. Red flag laws, which violate the 4th Amendment of due process, have been proposed and pre-filed, as well as other unconstitutional bills. These proposed laws will only affect law-abiding gun owners, not criminals, not those with mental health conditions, only law-abiding gun owners. And that's my point, that criminals just don't obey laws. If a criminal commits a crime with any weapon, yes, they should be arrested, face justice. However, it simply is not right for a responsible, law-abiding citizen with no prior criminal history to be arrested simply for owning a type of weapon that they have legally purchased for recreational use, sporting use, or to protect themselves from the ones that they love, or to protect themselves, the ones they love, and even others that they do not know. That's why we want a resolution that reaffirms to Richmond our God-given rights as Americans, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Thank you, and I want to wish each and every one of you a very Merry Christmas.
Our next speaker is Heath Coons, and I apologize if I mess that up, followed by Megan Doney.
Thank you. My name is Heath Coons. I live at 3441 Elk Creek Drive in Christiansburg, Virginia. Hello, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I'm here tonight to urge you to support the resolution before you that are supporting the Second Amendment and constitutional rule. The primary focus of the new gun laws that have been proposed in Richmond is not on the idea of improved safety as they are disguised. I have friends that I know, and I know there are very well-meaning people here that believe that this is the case, but that's not the conclusion that I am able to come to. Politicians and the media would have you believe that assault rifles are a major safety issue facing our state. 2018 research by the NSSF showed that there are well over 16 million AR-15s in the U.S. By the way, AR does not stand for assault rifle or automatic rifle. It's Armalite, the name of the company that created it in the 1950s. According to the FBI, knives were used in murders over 4 times more often than rifles of any kind in 2016, and that's about typical year-over-year numbers. Hands and feet, by the way, were used to murder people twice as often as any rifle. And of those rifle deaths, the AR-15 was a very small minority, used a very small minority of the time. The proposed gun laws are not about improving safety. Actually, the safest that my family can be is when my wife and I are armed and teach our children proper gun safety. I'm a big supporter of our men and women in law enforcement, but there is no way that they can protect my wife when someone pulls a knife on her in the back of a dimly lit parking lot. Their response time simply isn't fast enough. There is no way that they can protect my widowed mother when someone breaks her window at 3 a.m. Their response time simply isn't fast enough. These are all well-documented scenarios that have the best mitigation by an armed citizen. But the government elite in Richmond and in D.C. proposing these laws don't care about that. You see, the scare tactics aren't about safety at all. These proposed laws are part of a continued push to take power out of the hands of law-abiding citizens and to consolidate the power with the government. You may say, Heath, you're crazy. No one wants your guns. But worldwide, time and again, registration has preceded confiscation. It is undeniable that gun confiscation enhances the consolidation of state power. A disarmed populace is simply no match for a repressive government that has a monopoly on the use of force. And this is why we have the Second Amendment in the first place. It was not to secure hunting rights or even my personal security. It was to keep the government in check. When this country was formed, our founders had already witnessed centuries of oppressive governments wield cruel power over their subjects. They set up America so that the populace would forever be citizens, not subjects. The Second Amendment was added to address this potential misuse of power by the government. This is not a baseless fear based in ancient history. One only has to look at the past century and a half and see that the same principle of disarming citizens prior to oppression has occurred multiple times. Russia, Germany, China, Uganda, the list continues. Gun rights are not a guaranteed victory against tyrants, but being deprived of them almost guarantees submission. So again, I urge you to demonstrate your support for the Constitution, for the balance of power to remain with the citizen, and for my ability to protect my family by voting to approve the Second Amendment resolutions in front of you tonight. There's a massive groundswell of support. I, for one, have realized that I have been complacent too long, and so there's many people who are actively engaging this issue. I won't be stopping here. I'll be taking the 2 children that have reached teenage years will be going with me to Richmond in the near future to pass along this same message to our legislators. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your
Before we start this, County Administrator give you an idea to raise your hands. Each time you clap, you just took a little bit of time off this gentleman. I do appreciate your passion, I honestly do. But you're taking time away from the speaker. We can't hear what he's saying when the clapping's going on. Thank you.
Next speaker is Patricia Covey. That's the end of the first of 5 pages of speakers. Our next speaker after Ms. Covey is Elizabeth Struthers Malbin.
I think you've missed Megan Downey.
I'm sorry, I skipped. I'm sorry. You're right. Megan Downing, thank you. And Patricia Covey. Sorry about that. Had a tick mark too soon on the list. Sorry.
I appreciate the opportunity to address the Board of Supervisors tonight. My name is Megan Doney, and I'm a resident of Christiansburg. I'm also a professor at New River Community College and a survivor of the shooting there on April 12th, 2013. Unlike Tech, New River doesn't get news coverage every year on its anniversary, and many residents of this area don't even remember it. But I remember everything. The first gunshot at 2 p.m. that made my students go silent in the middle of class. The dizzying speed with which they ran from the classroom when I told them to get out. The looks on their faces as we huddled behind cars in the parking lot of the mall, shots still booming from inside. Trying to write a witness statement in red pen and being unable to form words on the page. The horror of crime tape at a school. Bullet-shaped or star-shaped bullet holes in the walls and the doors and blood on the carpet. The unfolding story of the shooter and how he made a video saying it's too easy to get guns. The revelation that surveillance video showed him coming to my classroom minutes after we fled. An official diagnosis of post-traumatic stress and the subsequent years of nightmares and panic attacks. Everyone here, regardless of position, realizes that designating a county a Second Amendment sanctuary is purely symbolic, but we also know that symbols are meaningful and weighty. We see them in this very room. And like others who have come before me, I ask the board to consider what a Second Amendment sanctuary designation will symbolize to those who continue to suffer the lasting trauma of gun violence in a county that has suffered 2 school shootings. I can only speak for myself and say that calling a county a Second Amendment sanctuary is a perversion of the word sanctuary. My classroom should have been a sanctuary, and I urge you to reject designating Montgomery County a Second Amendment sanctuary.
Thank you, and again, I apologize for skipping over that on the list. Our next speaker is Patricia Covey, followed by Elizabeth Struthers Malbin.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. My name is Patricia Covey, and I reside at 340 Chelsea Loop in Christiansburg. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I have a degree in computer engineering and pursuing my master's at Virginia Tech in cybersecurity. I'm a wife and mother of 2 adult children, both are residents of Virginia. My oldest is a graduate from Virginia Tech, and my youngest is a senior at Radford University. I realize with all the emotion on both sides that it's difficult to talk about this subject. However, the proposed legislative bills negatively and directly impact a majority of Commonwealth residents, as well as local businesses. They are in violation of the First, Second, and Fourth Amendments. While there are many statistics related to violent crimes, the main issue still comes down to recognizing the value of human life. A criminal that intends to do harm does not value human life. Therefore, they will act and use force by any means possible. It is right and just for law-abiding citizens of the Commonwealth of Virginia and the United States of America to have the ability to defend themselves, not only against criminals, but tyranny. I believe that any form of common sense gun laws are an infringement. The governor's proposed legislation will only prevent a lawful person from defending themselves in all situations. These types of laws do absolutely nothing to hold criminals responsible, assist with mental health issues, or decrease crime rates. In fact, it is proven that disarming law-abiding citizens increase the rate of crime against the innocent and detour tourism. Look at Chicago and Maryland. These proposed laws offer a scary realization that if we are left defenseless, what is the next step that government will take? Our right to due process, as in the red flag laws, and eventually our freedom of speech. Making felons out of law-abiding, tax-paying, and productive citizens and threatening force of confiscation is not what the United States of America nor the Commonwealth of Virginia were founded on. I believe, especially as a woman, that I have the God-given right to protect myself, my family, and my home to defend in a lawful manner without restrictions. You are being respectfully asked by the citizens of Montgomery County to uphold your oath of office to protect these rights written in the Commonwealth of Virginia's Constitution, Article 1, Bill of Rights, Section 11 and 13, and to declare Montgomery County a Second Amendment sanctuary and adopt local ordinances that makes it unlawful for any county, state, or federal official to enforce unconstitutional firearms laws. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Elizabeth Struthers Malvin, followed by Mindy Quigley.
Elizabeth Struthers Malvin, Blacksburg, District 8. I'm glad, of course, to know that Montgomery County Board of Supervisors supports the Bill of Rights. I had been assuming that all along. I agree with many others that designating Montgomery County a gun sanctuary could be dangerously misunderstood. The label seems to suggest that Montgomery County would therefore be different from counties that were not gun sanctuaries. This, of course, would not be true. All counties must follow and enforce the laws, including any gun laws, of the Commonwealth of Virginia and the United States. But if the label gun sanctuary were to be applied officially, it is possible that some citizens might assume that some special privilege is being granted to gun owners that is not granted by law. Such a situation might embolden less informed gun owners and frighten less informed citizens. And all citizens might reasonably ask, why is the Second Amendment so special to the Board of Supervisors? Would the Board of Supervisors consider giving special mention to any other of the 10 amendments of the U.S. Constitution that constitute the Bill of Rights? What about the First Amendment? Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or of the right of the people peaceably to assemble, and to petition the government for a redress of grievances. Concerning freedom of religion, nationally, the free exercise of some religious views has been so favored as to function as an establishment of religion that prevents the free exercise of other religious views that lack current political influence. Concerning freedom of speech, I appreciate that the Board of Supervisors has made a habit of ensuring freedom of speech in its public comment periods and listens to all speakers courteously. However, freedom of speech is being often challenged, especially as freedom of speech and freedom of press intersect. Concerning freedom of assembly, some state legislatures have tried to limit the right of people peaceably to assemble, as well as the freedom of speech by labeling protesters as terrorists. And the right to petition the government for a redress of grievances has been seriously curtailed for some Montgomery County citizens whose private property was seized and damaged by an out-of-state limited liability corporation via claims of eminent domain without payment, at least without payment yet for some, and without the benefit of a jury trial with true freedom of speech. I would hope that Montgomery County Board of Supervisors is as concerned with affirming its support for the First Amendment as it is of the Second Amendment. The First Amendment does focus on the needs of free citizens. The Second Amendment focuses on the need for a well-regulated militia, which seemed urgent to the founders of our nation after the Revolutionary War. The Second Amendment reads in full, as it is rarely cited, a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. The Third Amendment followed from the same Revolutionary War experience. No soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in manner to be prescribed by law. Fortunately, we do not feel threatened at this point with challenges to the Third Amendment. And certainly, long practice and interpretation of the Second Amendment has applied this amendment well beyond the needs of a well-regulated militia. Thus, law-abiding hunters and sportsmen and women can be quite assured that their activities are and will continue to be protected. However, it hardly seems that the current experience of Virginia and the United States is one in which individuals' right to keep and bear arms is contributing to the security of a free state. So work remains to be done in that regard, protecting the safety and security of all while protecting the rights of those who choose to keep and bear arms. Thus, because the label gun sanctuary gives no new rights, and the lack of the label takes away no constitutional rights, and yet the gun sanctuary label could well introduce the misunderstanding that it does confer some new right or protection, a misunderstanding that might embolden some citizens and frighten other citizens. I would urge the Board of Supervisors not to link the label gun sanctuary officially to Montgomery County. In other resolutions and decisions, I have known the board to be concerned, and properly so, with clarity and avoiding any possible misunderstanding. Further, I would urge the Board of Supervisors not to take any action or make any statement that gives the Second Amendment pride of place in the Bill of Rights. All 10 are important, and we're supporting and protecting. Our democracy is in great need of all of us reaffirming our commitment to the full Bill of Rights and to the Constitution of the United States of America.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mindy Quigley, followed by Phyllis Albritton.
Hi, my name is Mindy Quigley, and I live at 706 Knob Hill Drive in Blacksburg. The phrase, sending thoughts and prayers, has become the go-to coward's response after gun crimes. Thoughts and prayers, but never meaningful actions. Where's the mental health funding? Where's the research on violent video games? I'm one of the majority of Virginians who are sick of empty words and ready for real action. My stance on this issue is born out of boring pragmatism. I believe that we Americans are smart enough to enact common sense measures that, while not eliminating all gun violence, can reduce the potential for harm without infringing on the Second Amendment, without taking responsible people's guns away. We can find that balance of freedom, safety, and public good. We've done it with cars. We've done it with our food supply. If you've ever survived a wreck because of a seatbelt or a guardrail, if you're pretty glad that someone is out there working to make sure that your hamburger isn't stuffed full of brick dust and E. coli, then you've already agreed with me that harm reduction through targeted legislation is achievable. This is something we can do. I've heard it argued that the Second Amendment is different from food safety or cars. It's unassailable because it's listed in our Bill of Rights. That's 100% true. Our founding fathers did not guarantee us the freedom to get salmonella from tainted milk, and they did guarantee our access to guns. Others have made the point already that there already are legal limits on weapons, though. These laws make us safer. If laws were useless, as some here have proposed tonight, then why have laws at all? Why not declare Montgomery County a speeding sanctuary or a meth sanctuary? Why is the Second Amendment so sacred that it prohibits even basic regulation of guns? Speaking of sacred, let's take an example from another important list, the 10 Commandments, specifically the 6th commandment, you shall not murder. We all recognize the basic truth of this command, killing another person is wrong. But we also know that a doctor who kills a patient through an act of sleep-deprived medical neglect has a different level of culpability than a child sexual predator. That is why our legal system allows different types of murder charges and different degrees of punishment. If even something as universal and unbreakable as you shall not murder needs to be put into practice through appropriate laws and regulations, why not the Second Amendment? I know you all are busy. You've got a budget season coming up and real actions to take that will affect the lives of your constituents. Government at its best takes actions to improve the lives of citizens. Please do not pass this meaningless sanctuary resolution that is before you. It's just another way of doing nothing, of sending thoughts and prayers.
Our next speaker is Phyllis Albritton, followed by Christy Mackey.
Break.
I'm sorry?
Break.
After.
Good
Okay.
evening, and thank you all for this opportunity to share with you my concern about the Second Amendment sanctuary. I do believe in background checks. I think it's very important. I must confess that when my son was a little child, we had no toy guns in the house, but when his grandparents from Alabama wanted to give him a gun when he was 13 years old, and he had taken the course for the police force and the Boy Scouts, yes, he had a gun and still has it. I just think no one should have the right, though, to buy or sell or trade guns without a background check. I ask you to vote no on Resolution A and B or any resolution that might encourage local law enforcement to not abide by state laws regulating the possession and use of guns. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
At this point, the board is going to take... All right. Come on, Miss Mackey. I'm sorry, I called your name before I got there. I was looking at the list and not the hand signal. So, Miss Mackey will be our last speaker before a
Thank
10-minute break.
Good evening, Chairman King and the board. This is my first time at a microphone. It's kind of mind-blowing. I am Christy Mackey from Blacksburg, and I grew up in this town and was here during the Virginia Tech shootings. I very simply and very heartfeltedly want all of these mass murders and all murders to stop. I don't want guns taken away from anyone, but I do want to see automatic and semi-automatic weapons banned from the public. To me, they are for war only. My right to be protected from weapons in the wrong hands, to me, is as important as any citizen's right to own a gun. But I do think more safety measures like universal background checks and red flag laws are necessary. Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this point, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So, about 9:25, we'll be back for more public address. Folks, if we can come back to order, we'll get started.
There she is.
Our next speaker is Diane Smith, and Miss Smith is followed by Vic Petit.
Thank you for allowing me to speak to you this evening. My name is Diane Smith, and I live at 400 Overhill Road, Christiansburg. I am here tonight to urge you not to bow to the current political pressure from Richmond and apparently Blacksburg, but to do everything in your power to uphold the constitutions of the United States and of Virginia. The main point I want to make tonight is this. The Second Amendment does not grant us the right to bear arms. The Second Amendment denies the government the authority on any level to infringe upon our right to bear arms. Gun laws and gun-free zones do not keep people from committing crimes. If they did, Detroit, Chicago, and Baltimore would be havens of peace instead of hotbeds of crime. The only thing gun control accomplishes is infringing on the God-given rights of law-abiding citizens, making them sitting ducks that can't defend themselves. Regarding the newest proposed laws, gun control advocates state that we must trust our duly elected officials to do what's best for us. Wrong. It is our duty to keep our duly elected officials in line. The Second Amendment was not written so we could all go hunting. It was specifically written so citizens could defend themselves not only from foreign enemies, but also from their own government if necessary. Our founding fathers wanted the citizenry to have the same weapons as the government in order to keep the government in line. When this Commonwealth is being controlled by a few counties and not by the majority, We, the majority, must take whatever steps are necessary to make our legislators honor their oaths to support and defend the constitutions. It has been Richmond's plan all along to ask for the moon. They knew that SB 16, as proposed, was a bridge way too far. So they have taken that next step and offered to grandfather existing gun owners, thinking that gun owners would be stupid enough and selfish enough to accept such a compromise and stand down. Gun controllers hope that gun owners will then go back to sleep, so the gun control agenda can keep moving forward without massive opposition. Will we accept such a compromise? No. Who are we to negotiate away the right of future generations to own AR-15s or their equivalent, and magazines in whatever capacity they want? Who are we to give away the right of future generations to protect themselves from criminals or from a government that's gone tyrannical, just so we can selfishly have our guns and magazines now? The proposed grandfather clause includes registration of these very guns, and registration always leads to confiscation, always. It is not about making us safe. It's about making sure the government will be safe to do things in the future that an armed populace would never tolerate. We must not accept anything but the complete defeat of all gun bills that in any way, shape, or form affect law-abiding gun owners in a negative way. Patriotic citizens deeply value our rights. Do not underestimate our willingness to fight and even die to protect them. But this is beside the point. You and every other legislator in Virginia have taken an oath to support and defend the constitutions of the United States and of Virginia, both of which clearly state that our right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Since our elected officials have clearly forgotten, to infringe means to act so as to limit or undermine something. It is my opinion that SB 16 and other proposed laws of the same ilk represent a dangerous and direct oppression of the rights of honest, hardworking, law-abiding Virginians. Stand with us to send a message to Richmond that we, the people, support the constitutions of the United States and of Virginia. Vote to pass a Second Amendment sanctuary resolution. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Our next speaker is Vic Petit, followed by Putney Estill, or Estill.
I'm going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to tell you a story. In 1968, I graduated from high school. I was taken into the Army. I spent the next 9 months in North and South Vietnam. I only spent 9 months because I was injured. I was shot in the side, lost a kidney. So I know what patriotism is. I know what our rights are, and I know how to fight for our rights. After I got out of the Army, I started working for the largest defense contractor in the country and spent 42 years working for them. I moved to Orlando, Florida with my job. In 2001, I lost a friend and his wife to a home invasion. He did not have a weapon or a concealed weapons license. Due to this incident, I purchased a 9mm pistol and obtained a concealed license and joined the NRA. I moved to Southwest Virginia 8 years ago. I obtained a concealed weapons license here also in Virginia. I know how to use a gun. I use it in North Vietnam. So if anyone was to come into my house, they're not going to leave unless they're carried or running. I don't own a rifle or a shotgun or an AR-15. I do own 3 9mm pistols. They're strategically placed within my home. I'm 70 years old. I've had 3 heart attacks and 4 back surgeries, last one just 10 weeks ago. I can't fight off an intruder who would come into my home. But I do have pistols, like I said, strategically placed in my home to protect my wife and myself. The Bill of Rights gives me the right to own a gun and to defend myself. My forefathers gave us that right. The Supreme Court in 2015 also upheld that right for the Second Amendment. Shamefully, in November, a rich liberal from New York bought Virginia for the Democrats in the election in November. That was in November. Our liberal government, our liberal governor in his bought House and Senate of Virginia thinks that they can take or overturn our rights to own our guns and our Second Amendment rights. I fly an American flag every day in my front yard. I have that right because I'm a veteran. No one should think that they can take our rights or our guns away. The last organization to try to do that to me was the Viet Cong. And I will never let that happen again. I support the 2A and the sanctuary counties here for Montgomery County. Don't let Northern Virginia, which I used to live there for 26 years and I know what it's like. My son lives there today and it's a cesspool. I'm sorry. Please consider I'd like to also tell you that there's where the resolution stands in Virginia today. While I was sitting out here listening to these conversations and these speeches, I was going through Google. The corner says Virginia Second Amendment Sanctuaries Updates. I hope you guys can see this. If you can see the red, that's the counties that have adopted the Second Amendment sanctuary. It's 93% today. Today, Montgomery County and Pulaski County are taking this up. So there's 2 more counties who I hope will also take this as a Second Amendment and sanctuary county. Please consider our rights and your rights when voting tonight. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Putney Estill, followed by Michael Dorman.
Hello, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Estill Putney. I live at 435 Big Sky Trail and I'm in District A of the county. I was raised in a gun culture, hunters. My uncles, my father, my cousins went hunting every year. As a very young man, my father fed his family with hunting. He's a sharpshooter, and he taught me how to use a gun. My family is law-abiding. My father became a correction officer, and he took a vow to uphold the laws of the state. He would be appalled by what is going on today, that citizens are thinking about taking the law into their own hands. I want to live in a county where I can trust our representatives and law enforcement to uphold the law. I don't want to live in a county where people can say, oh my, time for me to get my gun, let me go shoot somebody. And I'm asking you, as a matter of trust, to keep our county secure under the law.
Our next speaker is Michael Dorman, followed by Dale Wimberly.
Good evening, board. My name is Michael Dorman. I reside at 260 Tanglewood Drive here in the wonderful town of Christiansburg. First and foremost, I want to thank this board for their service to our community. Before I get started, I do have a presentation. However, I'd like to address a couple of the comments made earlier tonight. One that really hit me hard was the young lady that referred to us rednecks. She didn't say that, but the ones that laughed at the comments regarding suicide. Let me assure her that that laughter was because she is ignorant of the fact that suicides can happen by rope, knife, sticking your head in a bucket of water. Where do we draw the line on what we may call illegal. Regards the comment of our, he was a local delegate, spoke very early on. He mentioned 3 states in particular that were the safest in this country. The #1 state in this country for safety is the state of Maine. 4 years ago, they enacted constitutional carry. You don't need a permit to carry a firearm in the state of Maine. I'll proceed then with my my presentation. And I would like to specifically address resolutions A and B, and I need to put my glasses on also, proposed to the board for consideration. Both resolutions are nearly the same with the exception of the last paragraph, in which Resolution A specifies that Montgomery County declares to be a sanctuary county, whereas Resolution B does not. A little taken aback by that, and I'm not sure the reasoning. The authors would be, I'm sure. And I would ask you, if you have copies of the resolutions in front of you, to please refer to the 7th paragraph, that's the paragraph immediately before the last one, and count down to line 5, which in part states that Montgomery County shall not propose or enact any laws that are contrary to or in any way erode the constitutionally protected rights, etc. It goes on. I am asking the board that tonight they consider amending that particular paragraph to also include the words "or enforce." We are keenly aware that the board and Montgomery County Sheriff's Office have clear and distinctive separation of duties. The decision to enforce or not enforce unconstitutional laws enacted by the state of Virginia falls squarely within the purview of the Sheriff of Montgomery County. This request to add or enforce, this request is intended to support the sheriff, present and future, that he or she may know that the board supports the decision to not enforce laws that are unconstitutional, as also sworn to by the sheriff. This action to amend Resolution A or B to include or enforce would only require a vote by the board this evening, so as not to prolong this vote to declare Montgomery County a gun sanctuary county. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Dale Wimberly, followed by Weldon Jones.
I'm Dale Wimberly, 1417 Crestview Drive, Blacksburg. I'm here to support the constitutions of the United States and the Commonwealth of Virginia and to oppose both Resolution A, a sanctuary resolution, and Resolution B, the compromise resolution. Resolution A is especially objectionable in its elevation of Second Amendment rights over others, implying the Board of Supervisors might act or at least advocate to impede reasonable restrictions on gun use and possession by the General Assembly. Resolution B starts out a lot like Resolution A, though it ends up in a better place. Now, farmers need guns. People living in areas police protection is poor may well need guns. I really wish more people would please take up deer hunting and thin the herds that ravage every living thing in my yard, and they're going to need guns. I support other people's right to have reasonable firearms under reasonable conditions. But unless they are under direct supervision by and accountable to duly constituted military authority or police or sheriff's departments, people don't need silencers, 30-round magazines, or go ahead to carry firearms concealed or openly in just any public place they please. People who are a credible, duly assessed violent threat to family or partners should not have the right to hang on to their guns. People should not have a right to buy, sell, or trade guns without background checks before the gun is handed over to a new owner, a view agreed on by a supermajority of Americans. The General Assembly should act now to place such reasonable restrictions on gun use and possession, and no local government authority should undermine, in word or action, such laws when they are passed. My position is based to a great extent on life experience. I grew up in the Deep South, in a family that had all lived in the Deep South for generations, around guns all that time, for better and for worse. When I was a kid, one of the things I looked forward to about my older brother coming home is that we would target practice. My dad kept his duck hunting shotgun loaded in the house. Once he shot and killed a rabid fox that attacked my grandfather on the other side of the hill that we lived on. People like my dad and generations before him grew up in rural areas with often limited police protection. No phones, bad roads, earlier on no cars, and having a firearm against intruders or other human or non-human threats was pretty wise. But there were limits, such as a maybe I need to add another great uncle on my mother's side, who in the late 1800s threw his son's newly purchased revolver into a river and then said to his son that handguns exist only for one reason, to kill people, and his son had no business with one, no matter how mad he was at his father. I finally remember my grandma's sisters, who I spent a lot of time around when I was a kid. She had 5 sisters. Perhaps my favorite was Aunt Bessie, who was mentally impaired from birth and would play with us and was more fun than the rest of them. But I never got to know what Grandma's next to youngest sister, Jewel, was like. And that's because Aunt Jewel was shot dead by her husband 17 years before I was born. I'm told she held out her arm as if to shield herself and was hit by a shotgun blast in the side of her chest. Their children were all right there, and her husband then killed himself. My mother and her brother had to drive far out into the country to tell Jewel's mother, their grandmother, that her daughter had been murdered. I'm sure others in this room on all sides of these issues could tell of similar or worse gun-related tragedies in their households. So can millions of other Americans. A red flag law enforced against her husband might have saved Aunt Jewel's life. It would save many more lives today. 2 others of my family members were also killed by guns. Legislation on guns currently being introduced in the Virginia General Assembly is about reasonable restrictions, such as red flag laws, and I support it. I call on our supervisors to vote no on both resolutions A and B, and no on any resolution that declares any sentiment for local law enforcement to disregard state laws regulating possession and use of guns. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Weldon Jones, followed by Harlan Luscart.
Good evening, members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is James Weldon Jones III, and I live at 635 Paul School Road, Roanoke, Virginia. It's in the Pilot area. And I'm going to tell you right off, I am for the Montgomery County Second Amendment Sanctuary. But I'd like to...
I'm sorry.
I would like to bring up today, it gives me a unique opportunity. Today is December 16th, and is the 75th anniversary of the Battle of the Bulge. As I said, my name is James Weldon Jones III. Let me tell you about James Weldon Jones Sr., my grandfather. He went by his middle name, the same as me. He grew up in Hinton, West Virginia, and as a young man moved to the east coast of Virginia to work in the shipyards. He got married and had a son, who is my father. He worked there for years up into World War II. By 1944, he was in his early 30s, but joined the Army. He went through basic training in Texas. Because of his age, he was encouraged to be a drill sergeant to train younger men for the war, but he wanted to serve in the fight. Because of his age, he was assigned to a National Guard unit from Pennsylvania, the 28th Infantry Division. He arrived in Europe in July, and by fall was in the Ardennes, 25 miles east of Bastogne on the front in Luxembourg. On December 16th, the German forces chose to break the American lines where the National Guard units were positioned. And here's something from the Army I'd like to read to you. The President of the United States of America, authorized by the Act of Congress, July 9, 1918, takes pride in presenting the Distinguished Service Cross posthumously to Private James W. Jones, Sr., United States Army, for extraordinary heroism in connection with military operations against an armed enemy while serving in the 89th Cavalry Reconnaissance Squadron, Mechanized 9th Armored Division, in action against the enemy forces on December 16, 1944. On that date, Private Jones' company was attacked by 400 elite German troops and was forced to withdraw. Private Jones voluntarily manned his machine gun to provide covering fire. Disregarding bullets that glanced off his machine gun, he picked up 2 German hand grenades and threw them back. Private Jones fought for 20 minutes single-handedly until his company could reorganize and counterattack. Private Jones' intrepid actions, personal bravery, and zealous devotion to duty at the cost of his life exemplifies the highest traditions of military forces in the United States. Reflect great credit upon himself, the 28th Infantry Division in the United States Army. My grandfather fought and died for this country, the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. There are some who have spoke out against the Second Amendment sanctuary county. There are some who have spoke that are encouraged, supported, and coached by outsiders representing the likes of Bloomberg, Sanders, and Soros, and others. The Constitution of the United States of America speaks for me as an American and a Virginian. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Harlan Lustgarten, followed by Flo Kettner.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. Harlan Lustgarten, 7011 Switchback Road in Christiansburg. It's true that in the 2008 Supreme Court ruling of District of Columbia versus Heller, it established an individual's right to keep a gun in the home outside the context of well-ordered militia stipulated in the Second Amendment. But even Heller contained important caveats, and partly because of them, in the years since, state courts have upheld the vast majority of gun safety laws that they've been asked to rule on. In Heller, the court noted examples of the kind of constraints that would be, quote, presumably lawful. Laws imposing conditions and qualifications on the commercial sale of arms, for example, those banning guns in certain public places. Like most rights, the right secured by the Second Amendment is not unlimited. This is a quote from Antonin Scalia. A quote again, a right to keep and carry any weapon whatsoever in any manner whatsoever and for whatever purposes whatsoever. Those are words that the gun lobbyists choose to forget in a man who to them must be a hero, to conservatives and to the gun lobby. Sergeant Christopher Brewster was killed in Houston, Texas on Saturday, December 7th, 2019. At a briefing the same day, Chief Acevedo paid tribute to Brewster, 32, who was shot repeatedly after responding to a call from a female victim who reported her boyfriend was assaulting her and armed with 2 guns. The suspect was captured in a nearby school and charged with capital murder. After the Houston police sergeant was shot dead by responding to a domestic call, the city police chief Acevedo, and I quote, make up your minds. Whose side are you on? Gun manufacturers, the gun lobby, or children who are getting gunned down in this country every single day? In our schools, in our theaters, in our colleges, in our streets, in our homes, in our businesses. Who are you coming to work for? As of December 15th, there were 391 mass shootings as defined by a shooting with 4 or more killed or wounded. This is according to statistic is recent and it's tabulated by the Gun Violence Archive. To quote a member of the board, Mr. Tuck, if we do this, if you have the Second Amendment sanctuary, we will have people believing that if they violate the gun laws, they will be safe here because it is the definition of the word sanctuary. Mr. Tuck. Thank you. Thank you all.
Our next speaker is Flo Kettner, followed by Joyce Bank.
Good evening and thank you for having me. I'm Florette Kettner and I reside at 487 Thistle Lane here in Christiansburg. I want to start with James City, hop, skip, and a jump across our state. They decided that they would reaffirm their commitment to the Constitution. If your intent is to reaffirm your oath to the Virginia Constitution and the United States Constitution, you have my undying support. As you know, the board only has the powers that our General Assembly has granted you. The Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia defines and limits the powers of the state government and the basic rights of the citizens. This is supreme over Virginia's laws and acts of government and only superseded by the U.S. Constitution and U.S. federal law as per the Supremacy Clause. Again, if you are reaffirming your commitment to these constitutions, you have my support, unequivocally. We have pardon my language, my ability to speak today. We have constitutional officers who are here because of our election process. And I do not feel that it is appropriate for us to ask them to violate the same oaths that they have taken to follow the letter of our laws. We have 95 state positions in the Montgomery County law enforcement. We have sworn deputies' salaries that the state pays almost $4 million for. We need more school resource officers, and I highly support that. I remember when we first started implementing them, that doesn't age me at all, and I still respect my first school resource officer. He is a wonderful sheriff now. I think that they are very beneficial. One of the proposed bills is reinforcing our use of having school resource officers. So my question, if we are going to be a sanctuary, is do we pick and choose which ones we want to follow and which ones we don't? Does the sanctuary become retroactive, or is it only for the newly proposed laws? Are we going to thoroughly describe what the sanctuary phrase means? I remember, and I have a young lady with me and a foster teenager at home who recently had to experience a lockdown drill at Radford University because of an isolated gun incident. There were children, I'm sorry, I used that word incorrectly. There were young adults who were locked down in the school library and couldn't go home. There were students who were forced to stay in the apartments and homes they were staying in that were not their own because they were afraid to open the door and walk into the streets. This is from both sides of campus, even though the shooter was known to have only gone to one. When I received the call from the young lady saying, "I just want you to know that I'm okay," as her first phrase, I panicked. I said, "What do you mean you're okay?" As opposed to what? And she said, "Well, we have a shooter on campus." When her mother called me and said, "You need to do something or I will," I promised her that I would take my SUV, which is already beaten and battered from running all over the 19th Senate District, that I would drive that thing onto campus through police tape to save this child. That is a fear we should not have. And I will destroy my car to save these children. Young adults or under 18, it doesn't matter to me. So once again, if you are reaffirming your oath, I stand behind you. If you are asking our elected officials, our constitutional officers, and our law enforcement to break the law, I do not agree. That is why I elected my state representatives, and that is what I expect them to go forth and make the decisions for. Whether I chose one name or another on a ballot, I have elected who we have, and I trust their ability to represent and lead us. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Joyce Bain. Following Joyce is Lisa Lucas Gardner.
Hello.
Hello.
I just wanted to say that I've heard the words angry and people are afraid because of some of us that have this on us. Well, I have to say I haven't had to take one nitro tonight because I've been angry, because I'm not angry. But anyway, no, I heard someone mention the shooting that took place up at New River up at the mall. My daughter-in-law was there, and when they heard the shot, they weren't told to run out the door. They were told to hide in the room. They all ran to a corner, and she said everybody turned their back to the door, covered their heads. You know what my daughter-in-law did? She turned around, she watched. And if she'd have had a gun, she'd have put him down when he walked through the door. And lost my train of thought. And it don't take long for that train to jump a track. But anyway, was she traumatized? No. She come out and she said, you know what? I was gonna fight him any way I had to. And my son rewarded my daughter-in-law with a new Glock, which she carries daily with her. And my problem, we have laws in effect to background check people who buy guns. And the first lady that spoke took care of that. But one of the laws, the red flag law, I'm going to tell you just a quick little story. I had a little brother, he's dead now, and someone up here may know him, but he was a nut. I came from a crazy family. And every time he got mad at me for whatever, he would call my preacher, thinking my preacher was going to straighten me out because I wasn't treating him right. And that's the problem with the red flag law. These gentlemen over here from the sheriff's department run themselves ragged trying to protect us. Do they need people like my younger brother who would get mad at a family member for no reason and call them and say, they own a gun, you need to go take it? How many calls? Now they might, I'm sure they would get some legitimate calls, but how many would they get that weren't? Because someone in the heat of anger was mad at a family member. And that's not right. And I'm going to tell you, this thing here in Northern Virginia, you can look at a representative of our state. The blue is up here and a little over here. The majority of our state is red. We in our area have no representation when stuff like when it's bought, when the elections are bought up in the northern part of the state. And I guess what we need from you guys is just to let us know that we matter. Not a one of these people in here that have a gun and have their permit and has went through that background check has ever shot anyone maliciously or whatever. We wouldn't have a gun if we did. And I just, you know, and the last thing I say, all this about guns has awakened a giant in this state, and what's going on in Washington is awakening a giant in this nation. And it's coming a time we people are going to stand for what's right. It's what's right. And we have that Second Amendment right through the Constitution. And I don't think that right is any better than any of the other rights we have, because they're all important to a free nation. And I will end it with what Patrick Henry said: give me liberty or give me death.
Our next speaker is Lisa Lucas Gardner. After Ms. Gardner is Connie Wilson.
Good evening, Lisa Lucas Gardner, 11 Fleeter Street, Christiansburg. I don't know if you can see this picture. We recognize these two young people. This is Heidi Childs and David Metzler. They were murdered at Caldwell Field by somebody with a
Mr.
rifle.
Chair, a point of order. I think she has to address us and not.
I'm sorry, they were murdered at Caldwell Fields in August 2009 by somebody with a rifle, high-powered rifle. And that person was probably a legal gun owner, I guess. We're allowed to have rifles. It wasn't anything that was an outlawed weapon. But we always talk about Virginia Tech massacre, but these two kids have been virtually forgotten. And gun violence doesn't matter if it's a rifle or if it's a handgun or an AK-47, I believe. So that's what bothers me. I'm a Second Amendment supporter. Like I stated before, I own guns, I have guns, I've grown up with guns. I've hunted, so I really love guns. I don't want the government to take my guns. However, as far as violence in our country and what's happening because of guns, or people with guns, or the wrong people with guns, or even this person that had this rifle down in Caldwell Fields. They may have been at the gun range. They weren't deer hunting, it was August. But somebody out there, and we suspect probably a local good old boy type of person in our community. It wasn't a drifter or a serial killer or anything like that that we know of. But somebody legally had a gun. So I'm balancing between Second Amendment rights to have guns, Second Amendment rights to have guns, versus no, we need to do something. But all of this gun stuff, we both have different sides, two sides. However, what we're here for is, what is your job as our Board of Supervisors? Is it in your job description? Is it in your role to make a proclamation, a resolution, or sanctuary, whatever you're going to do? Is that really your job? And is that what we elected you to do? I could tell each one of you, probably now, put money on it, and tell you how this vote's going to turn out tonight. It's going to be partisan. I don't think it's going to be fair. I think your minds are all made up and we're wasting our time. You're not going to be swayed. So anyway, I just want you to think about whether or not you should be making a decision for a few hundred people versus the thousands that are in our county that aren't here. You know, put it on a ballot or something. Have us vote on it at least. Give everybody the right to voice their opinion, and then let the majority rule. But I want you to remember, like I said, look at Heidi and David, and it may be somebody here tonight. It may be somebody we know is still out there somewhere. And let's do something to try to keep our community safer, but do not pass that resolution. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Connie Wilson. After Connie Wilson is James Reynolds.
Hi, thank you for having me here tonight. I didn't plan to speak, and I understand that you guys would really prefer me not, because you guys have had a lot of people come up here. I'm from Northern Virginia, and that's why I decided to come on up and speak. My children and my grandchildren are in Northern Virginia. They're also in a county that is blue, Loudoun, and they're not going to vote this. I personally have had a stalker and an ex-husband that tried to kill me twice. So I had a concealed weapons permit and moved to this county and thought safety, love, passion, friendliness, all these things in this county. And I now know that the man that was stalking me is out of jail, and I may lose my gun. And how am I going to protect myself? If I had my gun, when the police told me to get one the first time, this wouldn't even be an issue. But it is an issue. And I hope that all of you think about this and none of this has affected you personally, and that you have a very Merry Christmas. And thank you for letting me come up here.
Our next speaker is James Reynolds. After Mr. Reynolds, we move to page 3 of 5. And that is Carol Boyer after Mr. Reynolds. And I have had a board member, the board has asked if when you come up, please be sure to state your name and address. James Reynolds.
James Reynolds.
All right, moving on. Carol Moyer. After Ms. Moyer is Rachel Rude.
I'm Carol Moyer. I live in Blacksburg. Good evening. I'm against the county being a gun sanctuary. I'll say that up front. I am a strong believer in the freedoms we love and enjoy in the nation. However, like the First Amendment, there should be some controls, some reasonable legislation to try and curb some of the horrific gun violence, and that is related to gun culture, I believe, that is becoming all too common in our nation. After all, one of the most important freedoms or luxuries we have in our country is that of feeling safe. For many, that is no longer a reality. To me, that is sad. To finish, is the sanctuary county debate about gun ownership or about a gun culture?
Next speaker is Rachel, and I believe it's Rue. Sorry. Oh, I did get it right. Oh, great. After Miss Rue is Cheryl Daniel.
Hi there. Rachel Rue, 1513 Boxwood Drive, Blacksburg. So I just want to say I really appreciate the thoughtful email responses that I received from the members of the board, from several of y'all. I really appreciate that. And at the last meeting that I came to where there was public comment, I spoke a little bit about focusing on those things that bring us together rather than divide us. And I just want to reiterate that point, and to echo the thoughts of several of the other folks that have spoken before me. Everyone in this room wants their families to be safe, right? And we just have a little bit different ideas about how to achieve that safety, but I think it's really important to keep that #1 goal in mind. And I also want to point out that when Delegate McNamara spoke, he said that we don't need partisan politics, and that both sides should be willing to sit down and have a nuanced conversation about this complex issue, and I completely agree with that, but I would argue that passing this ordinance is a partisan knee-jerk reaction that he's speaking of. So I'm interested in having a civil conversation about this issue, but I think that passing the Second Amendment sanctuary ordinance would immediately shut down any common ground that we might be able to find and push everybody back into their respective corners. Additionally, others have already articulated their concerns about the Dillon Rule and about this ordinance being symbolic and unenforceable. You've all heard all that already. And I also just echo the thoughts of those who are concerned that if you declare this area to be a Second Amendment sanctuary, local citizens will get the idea that because of this ordinance, they would not have to follow statewide laws. In this politically polarized time, everyone needs to feel that their voices are being truly heard on a local and statewide level. I've heard that so many times in this room tonight. People want to be heard. They want to feel like their voices are being heard. And so I really want to thank you all for giving people the opportunity to have their voices heard in a respectful and genuine and open way. And so ultimately the Sanctuary Ordinance, Resolution A, is a way for people to have those voices heard. And as a municipal governing body, I'm just asking, is there another way that we can accomplish this goal? The Montgomery County, this is such a big topic, this is such a charged topic, and I'm just thinking of something like the Montgomery County Dialogue on Race that gives kind of a blueprint for talking about really big, sticky issues that that we could use some more opportunities to have this kind of dialogue. So I'm urging you to reject the proposed ordinance, Resolution A, and to find other ways to help people have their voices heard. And I will say that if the way that you see most fit to do that is by adopting Resolution B, then I would encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cheryl Daniel, followed by John Lehman.
Hello, good evening, and thank you very much. I almost declined coming up. My name is Cheryl Daniel, and I live at 1607 Greenwood Drive in Blacksburg. I almost declined coming up because there have been so many articulate, good arguments or points that are made. And what else is there to say? I don't envy your position because I gather there's a groundswell of and passionate for some members of the community. And I'm afraid that's not always the best time for wise decisions. I do want the people here to know that, well, I'm from far southwest Virginia by birth, many generations, coal miners, ministers, moonshiners, and all had guns, but I do understand that is a passionate, there's a passionate feeling. I don't think anyone here are bad people, of course. I think there are many very good people, and we've heard people that have served our country and suffered for it and on the battlefield. So where are we now? I must say, as a citizen, I'm confused about what sanctuary means. Maybe I've been so preoccupied with other things, but I'm getting caught up a bit. But sanctuary, to me, I know there's the sanctuary cities related to immigration. Is that part of what maybe at play? But sanctuary on a personal level is a religious concept. Churches had sanctuaries. It was a protected space. So I have to ask, for a sanctuary, where would my sanctuary be? I believe in reasonable, responsible gun legislation. But in my home, in this county, will I be safe? What is my right as a citizen? I respect the other rights, but if this is non-binding and if it's more a statement, is that what we need at this point? I think we need clarity, don't we? We need respect. We need to sort through the very difficult issues of gun ownership. But we need to be about the other important things, healthcare, prescription drugs, so many things. And I feel worried that our community is being distracted from really timely things, education, good roads, so many things. I would hope that people of goodwill could come together. And I had the opportunity, I hope they don't mind, but I was sitting next to a couple of gentlemen, and we had a good discussion. I'm going to go home and look up a few things. He was wearing a different color badge than me, but we could shake hands. So I'm wondering, at the end of the day, at the end of the evening, I would hope that there could be others that we could talk, or maybe not tonight, it's rather late, but another time, and that perhaps the emotions could be tamped down and we could hold off, because the idea of sanctuary, again, I think is confusing to the community. And please understand, it could be offensive to some that are seeking for a safe place to live and thrive. Thank you very much.
The next speaker is John Lehman. After Mr. Lehman is Mike Goodhart.
Good evening. My name is John Lehman. I live at 304 Lehman Court in Blacksburg, and I want to thank you all for being so patient. You guys somehow are keeping your eyes on all of us, looking like you're actually interested, and I don't know how you're doing it. So congratulations to you all. Thank you. I put my name on the list, really not quite knowing what I wanted to say tonight, and it's been really interesting for me to listen to everybody else speaking. The reason I put my name on the list, and I actually wrote it down where Mr. Meadows could see it, is I said no stickers. You know, what I came in was like we're a community, and yet we're taking two completely polar opposite sides. I happen to be on the side that is maybe a more liberal, as probably everybody who knows me knows. But I'm also, my career has been as a negotiator. And negotiators try to find something for both sides where both sides can win. And what we're getting into, in my opinion, in this community is moving toward there's only one right. It's either this or it's that. And you got to vote my way. No, you got to vote my way. I think we need more discussion. I didn't even know what I was going to say here, but that's what I end up feeling. There have been some really great things said tonight. And there have also been people really afraid that they're going to have their guns taken away and things like that. A gentleman came up and talked about his grandfather. My dad also won the Purple Heart. I guess you win it. I'm not sure. And he got the Bronze Star also. And I've always had guns around me my whole life. And I have no problem with guns, and I don't think most of the people who are on the more liberal side do, although some do. But we can't get to where there's only one right and one wrong the way we seem to be doing tonight. So my big push to you would be, take your time on this. Wait, we don't have to be standing out and pass this thing tonight. We need to figure out a way that really represents our community and takes both sides and finds enough for both sides to be able to walk away with something they like. So that's what I would love to see.
After Mike Goodhart is our next speaker, and after Mr. Goodhart is Alicia Vaught.
Thank you, Montgomery County Board, for letting me speak to you. I do believe we ought to be a sanctuary city, and I do think you ought to support that, because we're not just Blacksburg and Virginia Tech with their 1.15 billion endowment fund, and all these people are speaking here. And they're organized, but we're also Christiansburg, we're Roanoke, and we're Shawsville, and we're the county. You know. Okay, well, guns can kill people. That's true, but you know, we live in a country that's there's been 60 million abortions. You know, so where do we stop that balance? We've had a vacuum, a high pressure vacuum in one film I was watching, and they sucked off a baby's leg, and nobody's, you know, up in arms about that. You know, so we have all this stuff going on. Also, in Mexico, I've been to Mexico, Nicaragua, and Costa Rica, but in Mexico, they outlawed guns. But, you know, like a place I went to, Riviera Maya, when I left there was 5 people killed. They outlawed guns, but apparently just bad guys have them. The gang members, the cartels. And they killed 5 people and cut their heads off. And then they, these gang members and cartels, they they did a mass killing. They killed 70 people, cut their heads off, they steal their stuff, okay? So the citizens don't even have guns to defend themselves. Okay, another mass killing in Mexico, they killed 40 people and cut their heads off, okay? But the citizens can't defend themselves, but these cartels have everything, okay? So I'm not sure if you just tell the good people that they can't have guns, how does that help? And that's what we're going to head to, is like a third world country. Okay, now let me just talk about the Second Amendment for just a second, okay? And while I'm at it, you know, I was reading something about prescription drugs. One year I was reading, I'm sure it changes year to year, but it's over 400,000 people were killed with prescription drugs. Then another year, the same year, over 500,000 were killed with opiate drugs, okay? So there's more stuff killing us than guns, okay? Now, here's a fact, okay? So all the media sensationalizes when there's a mass shooting, okay? So we hear this, you know, because the liberal media doesn't like guns, you know? And so here's a fact. Studies indicate that firearms are used more than 2 million times a year for personal protection, and that presence of a firearm without a shot being fired prevents crime in many instances. Shooting usually can be justified only where crime constitutes an immediate, imminent threat to life, limb, or in some cases property. So 2 million times a year, people are using guns to protect lives, okay? But we don't hear that from the media. Why? Because 90% of the media is probably just controlled by liberals that don't want people having guns, okay? So let me read you a story about a woman that successfully defended herself. A home intruder wearing only boxer shorts and tennis shoes was shot dead in one of my towns we're running, in Gallia County, Ohio, by a woman after he menaced her with kitchen shears. The 51-year-old man was under the influence of amphetamines when he entered the woman's home and tripped the alarm system. The woman found him in a common area of the house. After a brief confrontation, she retrieved a firearm from a bedroom. The man brandished a pair of kitchen shears at the woman in an aggressive manner. The woman shot him twice. During an investigation into the incident, law enforcement verified that neither the man nor the woman previously knew each other. Anyway, the point being is that she had a way to defend herself. I just recently watched a documentary on a serial killer named Gary Ridgway, and he killed over 83 women, and if those women had been trained, they could have stopped that. But thanks for letting me talk to you, and I hope you'll vote for a sanctuary
Thank you, sir.
county here. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Alicia Vaught. After Ms. Vaught is Wayne Coleman.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alicia Vaught. I live on Den Hill Road in Christiansburg. I had a lot to say tonight, but I came across a poem that said it all, so I'm just going to read that. It's called A Visitor from the Past by Feline Polk. I had a dream the other night I did not understand. A figure walking through the mist with flint rock in his hand. His clothes were torn and dirty, and he stood there by my bed. He took off his three-cornered hat, and speaking low, he said, "We fought a revolution to secure our liberty. We wrote the Constitution as a shield from tyranny. For future generations, this legacy we gave. In this, the land of the free and the home of the brave. The freedom we secured for you, we hoped you'd always keep, but tyrants labored endlessly while your parents were asleep. Your freedom gone, your courage lost, you're no more than a slave. In this, the land of the free and the home of the brave. You buy a permit to travel and a permit to own a gun, permits to start a business, or to build a place for one. On land that you believe you own, you pay a yearly rent. Although you have no choice, no voice in choosing how the money's spent. Your children must attend a school that does not educate. Your Christian values can't be taught according to the state. You read about the current news in a regulated press. You pay a tax you do not owe to please the IRS. Your money is no longer made of silver or of gold. You trade your wealth for paper so your life can be controlled. You pay for crimes that make your nation turn from God in shame. You've taken Satan's number as you traded in your name. You've given government control to those who do you harm so they can padlock churches and steal the family farm and keep our country deep in debt, put men of God in jail, harass your fellow countrymen while corrupted courts prevail. Your public servants don't uphold the solemn oath they swore. Your daughters visit doctors so their children won't be born. Your leaders ship artillery and guns to foreign shores and send your sons to slaughter to fight other people's wars. Can you regain your freedom for which we fought and died? Or don't you have the courage or the faith to stand with pride? Are there no more values for which you would fight to save? Or do you wish your children to live in fear and be a slave? Sons of the Republic, arise and take a stand. Defend the Constitution, the supreme law of the land. Preserve our great republic and teach each God-given right, and pray to God to keep the torch of freedom burning bright. I would just like to close by saying we the people have all the power. We just forgot how to play the game. But judging from the crowd here tonight, we've remembered. We are united, we are of the same mind, and where we go one, we go all. Thank you.
Make sure that the addresses are mentioned. Addresses.
To make sure that addresses are mentioned.
Our next speaker is Wayne Coleman. After Mr. Coleman is Shelley Maycock. Again, board members have asked that when you come to the podium, please state your name and address. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Wayne Coleman. I'm from 1741 Stratford View Drive in Blacksburg. And I have an hour sermon here to preach, but only 5 minutes. So here we go. The first thing I would like to say is yes to my fellow patriots. Where we go one, we go all. And I say that because there is a place you can find that information about corruption that's going on at the federal level. That site is called QANON.pub. If you read that site, you will see things that have been posted for 2 years about corruption that is taking place today. I've listened to what everybody said so far, and I have a couple of things to say that maybe a little bit modifies what people have said. One, people have talked about the rule of law, and there seems to be some argument about the rule of law in the Constitution versus the rule of law that maybe the General Assembly wants to put forth. So I encourage you and everyone here to follow the Constitution and the Bill of Rights and keep it in its place. If there is a legitimate law in the state of Virginia that pulls us away from the Constitution and Bill of Rights, then maybe we'll have a referendum to vote on that. But we have to honor the Bill of Rights. The Second Amendment to the Bill of Rights. I've read a little bit of Jefferson too, so I have a little slant on the Second Amendment. It says that the purpose of the Second Amendment to the Bill of Rights is to permit citizens to own weapons so that, if necessary, they can defend themselves should their government become corrupt enough to begin illegally infringing upon the citizens' rights as guaranteed by the Constitution. Now, when a corrupt government infringes on the rights of people, it's not done in one gigantic step. It's not going over a waterfall. It's done 1 inch at a time. If you look back in history, people have mentioned Russia, they mentioned Germany, Venezuela. Things happen 1 step at a time. So we don't want to, I'll read what I wrote to my delegate. Even proposed legislation by the state of Virginia to limit our Second Amendment right is a step towards removing that right and should be opposed as strongly as it would be if it were the final step in the complete elimination of the Second Amendment. Things to ponder about the Second Amendment. One is that we should always be able to arm ourselves in a manner that is at least somewhat similar to what the government will come upon us with. Now, I don't think we're going to have any tanks or machine guns, but this discussion is about really the AR-15, a semi-automatic rifle. And if I'm going to defend my family against a corrupt government coming after me to take my weapons, I don't want to be standing there with a pistol when they're coming at me with machine guns. So, you know, I don't even own a gun. So, but I'm here just to talk about the principles, and some of these principles, mind you, I do get them from this QAnon website that talks about things like Jeffrey Epstein. They talked about that 2 years ago before any of the mainstream media knew anything about it. They said this is going to happen, it's going to fall, and this is what the corruption is behind it. It became true. There's lots of things in that site like that. Registration of an AR-15, that means the government knows exactly where every weapon is. Is that what you want for your families and for your children? Think about your children and your grandchildren. That's what I'm thinking about. I'm 70. I'm thinking about the rights of my grandchildren. Do I want the government to know if they have an AR-15 in their house so they can, when they want to round up all the guns, they just go round them up? That's what's happened in Venezuela. Then I want to shift gears and say the mass shootings thing. Virginia Tech is a gun-free zone, okay? My wife worked for 15 years in a gun-free zone. She was a nurse. She worked in a gun-free zone. If a shooter came into that gun-free zone, she and anybody else in there could be taken out just like that. Am I done?
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
You got my point.
Our next speaker is Shelley Maycock. After Miss Maycock is Todd Chrisley. Is Shelley Maycock here? All right. And Todd Chrisley. Not seeing Mr. Chris. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you.
Todd Chrisley, Christiansburg, Virginia. Thank you, board, for allowing me to speak tonight. I don't want to stand here and repeat everything you've already heard. My feelings in this matter have been echoed by many of my brothers and sisters in this room and throughout this state already. I know there is plenty of opposition in this room on this matter, and that the constitutional right of these individuals, and I respect that. I would like for you and everyone in this room that is listening elsewhere to know that we, the people of Montgomery County, are not asking you to turn your heads on lawlessness in this community. We understand the legal constitution of laws must be upheld and abided by. However, the laws trying to be pushed on us are a direct threat to the entire state and the Constitution of the United States. A message needs to be sent to the tyrants in Richmond that we will not allow unconstitutional laws to take our rights away. Therefore, I would like the record to show that I support and back my Constitution, and I am willing to stand shoulder to shoulder with my brothers and sisters in this room till the end to protect those rights. We, the people of Montgomery County, will stand together and fight the tyrants that try to take those rights. We shall not be infringed upon. And with that being said, I'm a first responder. I've seen things that only people in this room can imagine. I'm away from my family 24 hours a day. I go on my shift in the morning, I do 24 hours. I might be there for 72 hours. And if I'm not there at night to protect my family, I'm sorry, but I am not going to turn over my firearms for my family to protect themselves when I'm not there. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Carrie Roust. Yep. Not seeing anyone come forward. After Carrie Roust is Sherry Mason.
Sherry Mason was unable to attend. I'm Leonore Nagler in Blacksburg, Virginia, reading for her. I'm sharing the concerns of a county resident, Sherry Mason, who could not be here this evening. First of all, I am concerned that many people attending these meetings in support of a Second Amendment sanctuary are not county residents, but are organized groups traveling from county to county to sway decisions. Since only speakers are checked for residents, many others may give a false sense of support when in fact they don't reside here. Second, I wonder what specifically are the gun laws that people are seeking sanctuary from. No one is proposing to change the Second Amendment or take away all guns. In fact, it would take 38 of 50 states to change any constitutional amendment, which is extremely unlikely. Furthermore, the majority of law-abiding gun owners welcome common sense legislation, like universal background checks and red flag laws. These measures would not restrict gun ownership for hunting, protection, and sport for law-abiding citizens. Third, while some gun violence prevention measures may be inconvenient to gun owners, this should be weighed against all public needs. How does this minor inconvenience compare to the inconvenience of their neighbors who cannot enter malls, theaters, restaurants, concerts, and other public areas without worrying about mass shooters? What about the inconvenience to school children and teachers who must regularly practice active shooter drills in a place where they should be safest? We live in a society filled with daily gun violence. Our county is the site of one of the third worst gun massacres in our country's history. What would making our county a Second Amendment sanctuary say to those victims and their victims' families and friends and other gun violence victims? Our definition of sanctuary is, quote, place of temporary refuge and protection to avoid law enforcement. I don't believe that a county can refuse to honor and follow state laws. By calling the county a Second Amendment sanctuary, we will be giving law-abiding gun owners the false idea that they won't have to obey gun laws. Worse yet, what if violent individuals from outside our county decide that they can enter our county and be protected from gun laws? I feel it would be a mistake and irresponsible to call Montgomery County a Second Amendment sanctuary. Sherry Mason.
Our next speaker is Joe Walker, and after Joe Walker is John Seals.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors, for allowing me to be here tonight. The Constitution was written to protect us from tyranny of our own government. My name's Joe Walker, 75 Crescent Drive, Christiansburg, Virginia. Thank you. And proud to be a resident of this county. Our Bill of Rights, everybody's wanting to bring up our Second Amendment. Yeah, our right to bear arms. It should not be infringed upon. But our Fourth Amendment that is in there states protection against unreasonable, illegal search and seizure. The Constitution is in place to stop our government. I'm not talking about y'all. I'm talking about our federal government, because that's what it's for, to come into our land, our towns, our communities, and enforcing what is wrong upon us. The First Amendment, freedom of religion, speech, and press. I thank the Lord that these people were granted the right to come here tonight to voice their opinions against a Second Amendment sanctuary county. As I spoke before, that's what names are signed on the line for, and our freedoms are protected by them. Well, I'm going to be quick about this. I want to talk about all these countries: Turkey, Russia, China, Germany, Cambodia, Guatemala, Uganda, and Venezuela. Venezuela's still happening today. It started in 2012 when they started regulating their guns. It took them 4 years to get rid of them completely, and since then, murder, 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 murder. It's happening by the government. In Germany, it started in 1938. For 7 years, it took them to get the guns banished out. But then in Germany, there were 6 million Jews killed. Okay. We want to go back to Turkey. In 1903, they started limiting the right of people to protect themselves from their government. It took all the way to 1918, 15 years, before they had wiped out 1.5 million Armenians. In 1929, Russia started controlling a little bit of what they could have, how they could do it, how it could work, of their guns. By 1953, when it was initiated that there was no guns, there were over 20 million Russians who stood for what was right, what their government was doing wrong. They were annihilated, 20 million of them. China, 17 years from 1935 to 1952, they killed 20 million of their own people. Do I think America's going to do that? No. But what they are starting to do is control a little. Well, when a little control is changed to our Constitution, when the law of the land says we're not to impute any law, which does change and goes against our Constitution, it says they are null and void. We the people are protected against the tyrannical government, and it's happening right now in this state. It's happening all over the country. What we're dealing with is Montgomery County right now. I'm asking that you, our Board of Supervisors, as the oath that you took to uphold the Constitution of the United States of America to the best of your ability, for the protection of our people, the protection of my family, the protection of your own family, that we look at Montgomery County as a second sanctuary county for the protection of our rights, the protection of our life. Number 5 of our amendment says that there is protection of right to life. Well, we can't protect ourselves from the criminals if they can come in and gun us down, and we can't protect ourselves from them. We don't have a foot to stand on. As I said before, I'd give my life to protect people in this room. Y'all have a good night. Thank you much, and Merry Christmas to every one of you.
All right, after John Seals, the board is going to take a 10-minute break.
My name is John Sills. I reside at 201 Hartwood Crossing in Blacksburg, Virginia. I urge the board to enact no sanctions regarding gun violence or putting our law enforcement officials in the impossible position of choosing to support gun violence. Stand your ground law. No duty to retreat. The right for self-defense against threats or perceived threats. The Castle Doctrine. Now, some of you may wonder, what's the issue here? And I'm beginning to wonder what the issue is here as it relates to this resolution. Well, let me tell you what my life is like here. I'm from Chicago. I know how life can be tough there. And I should feel safer here than I do in Chicago. But stand your ground. No duty to retreat. I hear that time and time and time again. I try to teach my sons how to behave in this area in a non-threatening manner. But that's not enough. I have a son who is autistic. He works. He works at Virginia Tech. He takes the bus at night. He comes home at night. Now, if you've been around autistic children, they can have some rather unusual mannerisms. They can throw their hands in the air. They can whoop and holler. And that would not surprise me at all. I expect this call almost every day when he comes home, that someone was threatened, they were standing their ground, and so they took what they consider appropriate defense and shoot him. Stand your ground. So I'm urging you to say no to this. It's already confusing enough out there as it is. And if I hear people say that I need to stand my ground under all perceived threats, okay, I understand what you're telling me. So when I knock on your door late at night, I better step a little further back. When I knock on your door at night, I better make a phone call to make sure you know that I'm going to be there. Now, it may sound like that's not true. I've had that experience. A coworker of mine, I'm calling him saying we need to go to work to do some things. But I knew that he had guns. So I knock on his door, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I step back in the light and I hope that he sees me. And I hope that his neighbors see me. So I hope you say no to this resolution.
It has been mentioned that we need a motion and a second if the meeting is going to go past 11:30 this evening.
Make that motion to go past 11 o'clock.
Second.
Madam Secretary, call roll, please.
Mr. Shep?
Aye.
Mr. Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Mr. Cash?
Aye.
Mr. Tuck?
Aye.
Chair King?
Aye.
7 ayes.
At this point, we're going to take another 10-minute break and we'll reconvene at a little after 11.
We get started again.
All right, we're moving down the list, folks. We have a few more pages to go. Our next speaker is Reverend Ryan Schaefer, and after Reverend Schaefer is Justin Shelton.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Schaefer. I live at 230 Barkwood Street in Christiansburg. I am the pastor of Asbury and Fieldstone United Methodist Churches. It is my habit to turn and look at the choir. I will try very hard to resist that urge this evening. But I stand to resist and to stand in opposition to this proposal. Much has been said already about the Virginia Tech shooting, but one thing that needs to be pointed out is that Cho bought his firearms legally. However, he would have been prevented from purchasing such weapons if not for gaps in the Federal Gun Control Act of 1968. Laws were in place, but not followed through, that would have prevented Mr. Cho from legally purchasing a firearm, and had those laws been executed properly, the Virginia Tech shootings would not have happened. What is being proposed this evening is a vote for local authorities to purposefully circumvent the laws that would have prevented the Tech massacre from happening. How dare anyone in the shadow of Virginia Tech and one of the worst massacres in the country say that given the chance, you would not want to take steps to stop it a second time? Because that is what a vote for a Second Amendment sanctuary is. It is saying that we refuse to take measures to prevent gun-related suicides, homicides, domestic violence, and mass murders. And that is an ungodly and an unchristian response to gun violence. Because laws that some want the sanctuary to ignore would keep the hands out of dangerous people like perpetrators of domestic violence. For when an abuser has an access to a firearm, the risk of intimate partner murder increases by 400%. Laws that some want the sanctuary to ignore are meant to protect children from accidental deaths for gun-related injuries, which are the second leading cause of death of children in the United States. The laws that some want the sanctuary status to ignore are meant to keep guns out of people who are a danger to themselves and others who might commit suicide or murder. To ignore these potential laws is to choose guns over the safety of your neighbors and your friends and family. Lastly, I have heard a lot tonight about my God-given right to carry a gun. But as a pastor, it is clear to me that this measure runs counter to the gospel of Jesus Christ, which in Matthew 5 says, "You have heard it said, an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. But if anyone strikes you on the right cheek, you should turn also the other." In fact, Christ condemned Peter when Peter pulled out his knife to cut the ear off of a soldier, and instead chastised Peter and healed the soldier. Isaiah reminds us that we are to turn our swords into plowshares. And the meekness that was talked about earlier is a reference not to a sword by their side, but to gentleness and kindness and compassion. As a leader of this community, I hope that you will reconsider this proposal and vote against becoming a so-called safe sanctuary for Second Amendment. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Justin Shelton. After Mr. Shelton is Larry Martin.
Good evening. Justin Shelton, 1270 Allegheny Springs Road, Charlottesville. Thank you guys for listening. I know you probably most of you have your minds made up, but I just want to bring up a couple things that I haven't really heard talked about here tonight. 247 years ago, 1773 to this date, the Boston Tea Party, you've heard of it, right? Okay, that's a pretty significant event. The colonies are becoming fed up with big government, I guess you could say, and taxation. All right, then we move on to 1774 in Virginia. Lord Dunmore, not to this date, but in the year, blockades incoming firearms into the state of Virginia. 1775, They're collecting ammunition, they're collecting gunpowder, they're collecting firearms, confiscating them. And in 1776, we have the American Revolution, right? And in 1777 to this date is Virginia became the first state to ratify the Articles of Confederation, to this day. That's 242 years ago. 242 years ago, we all, as Virginians, got together and made a decision. Okay. I've heard people talk tonight, not to vote the Montgomery County as a Second Amendment sanctuary because there's a lot of opportunities here. We have Virginia Tech, we have Carilion as a research center, and they'd bring on the wrong view for somebody that would be wanted to come to our area, I guess you could say. But what they didn't talk about was if we vote no to this, what are we welcoming? When we say no to a sanctuary county, I'm not here to vote to be Republican or Democrat. What I'm here is to back the Second Amendment, right? And everybody's right to protect themselves and it was designed to protect us from federal government. And whether you believe that you should own rifles just for hunting or whether you vote them for pleasure, it's important to possess these things. Now, if we as Montgomery County, if we vote no to this, how does the people of Montgomery County view this? And this is an aspect to look at it this way. If we vote no, and the county doesn't feel like our backs are formed, right? And it feels like chaos right now. It's a hard decision. But if we feel like it's chaos now, and the county we're not represented as we think we should be, what happens outside of that for our local law enforcement? How do people feel? You start having a decentralized. These types of militia, similar to Tazewell County, where these other forms of protection develop within, and then it causes true chaos within the county. And by us voting to make us a Second Amendment sanctuary, it prevents that chaos. It makes us come together. Whether you believe that people should own guns for one thing or another, it's a Second Amendment right. It's constitutionally bound. It should not be infringed, and it's our right. And I don't think that we know that the sanctuary is just a temporary resolution. It doesn't say that there's any repercussions, and I think that that's something we actually truly should look into a little bit more, binding the hands of the people that try to prevent that thing from preventing that right from us. So I just want you to think about it as not from, if we vote yes, then, but more of if we vote no. What happens if we vote no? How does the people of Montgomery County feel? And do we feel like we're truly representing them? Are we here to promote people coming into the county as a business aspect? Or are we here to promote the healthy and protecting the lives of the people that live here? That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Larry Martin. Following Mr. Martin is Frank Pearsall.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate y'all staying these long hours, hearing us out. I'm proud to be a member of this organization back here right now, which is over 4,500 members strong in less than 3 weeks. And we are growing. I give this lady some sheets I'd like for her to pass out to you all to show you the counties that have already passed this. There are 95 of them. There is not a county around us that has not passed it. There are some of these laws that I'm not against. I am not against an intense background check. I think it's a good idea. When I went to get all these laws out, there's 275 pages of it. And I'm only going to read you the ones that bothers me the most. The one I'm missing is the Senate Bill number 64. A person is guilty of unlawful activities punishable by a Class 5 felony if he teaches or demonstrates to another person how to use a firearm. That means I can't take my kid, I can't take my grandson out to teach him how to shoot a gun. It says assembles with one or more person for the purpose of training with, practicing with, or being instructed in the use of a firearm can be convicted of a Class 5 felony. That is wrong. In Article Bill number 16, a muzzle loader gun is a single shot, takes 5 minutes to load. If it has been modified in any way, it becomes an illegal weapon. Mine has been modified because the little bitty tip that goes through it wasn't big enough, so I took it somewhere and had it drilled out and made it bigger. All it does is make it shoot more accurate. Any gun. This is a magazine out of my rifle. This is a magazine out of my pistol. These weapons are illegal because this is a removable cartridge. It's not right, people. Now, when we're asking you to pass this law, this sanctuary city, we're not asking you to disregard any laws. What we're asking you to do is to protect us, because if this thing does pass, I promise you, with talking with the NRA, the Virginia Citizens Defense League, which I think some are here today, has already promised the day it passes to take it to court. Anderson and Anderson, which is the law firm, has already started the procedure. If we don't become a sanctuary city and they pass this law, the next day they could come get every gun I own because according to their laws they're illegal. And there's nothing wrong with it. This clip only holds 3 bullets. This one only holds 6. But because it's removable, it is illegal. And that is not right, people. Now, there are a lot of people that does crimes with guns, but they're not law-abiding citizens. We are asking you as a board that represents us to protect us, to keep our Second Amendment right, and to let us keep our arms to defend ourselves with. Most shootings, and everybody's talking about Virginia Tech, if there had been one person in that building that had a gun, not near as many would have been killed. Now, I promise you that. Now, I'm asking each and every one of you, and I know that some of you don't think it's right, but all I'm asking you to do is to do this for us till we can get our rights protected until it goes to court, because I promise you it's gone. And I thank y'all very much.
Our next speaker is Frank Pearsall. After Mr. Pearsall is Gloria Hoover.
Can we get the addresses, please?
Mr. Pearsall?
Yeah, I know.
Ms. Hoover?
Is it?
Again, I need to emphasize to folks, please state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
My name is Gloria Hoover. Live in Blacksburg, Virginia. I need to get 1 or 2 things off my chest quickly before I get serious. We have had speakers, I've been here ever since the meeting started, who have made comments that gun owners are violent people. That's not correct. I taught 7th and 8th grade civics and history at Auburn Middle School. My students knew what a violent person was. I explained what that word meant, and it does not mean that gun owners are violent people. Violent people can be people that run over someone with a car, beat someone with a bat, beat a child to death or drown them in a bathtub, leave them in a hot car because the mother goes into a bar to drink and forgets she left her child there.
Those are what are termed violent people, not law-abiding citizens who have guns for their own protection. All right, I feel much better. Thank you for letting me. As a citizen of the United States and the state of Virginia and Montgomery County, I was appalled to read the list of gun control laws that this General Assembly is trying to force upon us. It bothers me to no end that we've heard people tonight say, we need more time to think about it. We need more time to talk about it. They're going to vote. They are voting in January. When they are sworn in as new members of the General Assembly, that will be the first thing on their list. We don't have time to decide. Tonight, we need to decide whether or not we are a Second Amendment sanctuary county. Second of all, law-abiding citizens, such as myself, I'm a gun owner. I purchased my weapon legally. I went through classes to become a concealed carrier. I have never used my gun in any violent act. I use it simply as a means of protection for me, to have at my bedside table in case someone should be beating down my door. I live in Blacksburg, and believe me, Virginia Tech, yeah, it's a great place, but you have some really odd people there sometimes. And students, they do things, especially when they're irresponsible and drinking a lot. They wander into the neighborhoods. And so, with the idea that a law-abiding citizen who has legally registered their weapon, who may or may not have gone through classes and received their permit to conceal and carry, are going to be punished as of July 2020 because they own legal arms that they purchased before July 2020. Tonight we brought up the Second Amendment and the infringement of our rights, and we all know that's against the Constitution, and it's against Article 1, Section 1, 2, and 13 of the State of Virginia Constitution. But it's doing green. Can I continue?
Yeah.
Okay. But also what we have to remember is there is a clause in the Constitution that talks about ex post facto, which reads, a law that applies retroactively, thereby criminalizing conduct that was legal when originally performed, such as legally purchasing and legally owning particular firearms before July 2020, when these laws become effective in the new year. This new legislation going before the General Assembly will punish law-abiding citizens for an action that was performed legally before July 2020. For example, if I purchased a firearm legally in 2018, had my background check, registered that firearm legally, I committed no crime. But with the new legislation, if that firearm is on the ban list, even though I may have purchased it legally and registered it legally, and if I refuse to make it non-workable or turn it in, I can be charged as a felon. That is against the United States Constitution. And this law that the Assembly is trying to pass does not have any type of grandfather clause in there to protect those people who legally purchase their firearms. I would request that Montgomery County uphold the rights of the citizens of this county to keep and bear arms. And I would request that Montgomery County Board of Supervisors stand as a sanctuary county for Second Amendment rights and to oppose any efforts to unconstitutionally restrict such rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bryce Williams. After Mr. Williams is Trent Perry.
Good evening, Board of Supervisors. Before I start talking about the Second Amendment Sanctuary,
You need to state your name and address, please.
My name is Bryce Williams. My address is 1776 United States of America. One big address, something really important I want to issue before we talk about guns.
If I can stop you there.
Yes.
The board members have asked if you will at least state if you're a member of Montgomery County.
Yes, I am a resident of Blacksburg, Virginia.
Thank you.
Proved that by my driver's license. One quick thing I want to say real quick, and I hope I have not started the timer yet, but you can start now. Pit bull owners, so dog owners, on left and right, liberal and conservative. I want to be able to legally have my little girl in my apartment, and we can somehow come together and shut down on all the landlords that are imposing on that. And anyways, nice to see you all again. Last time we met, you were told over and over from the left that increased gun control measures are somehow supposed to keep us safer. The fact of the matter is that there's no law you can pass that controls evil. Evil doesn't care about gun control laws. You keep hearing about the left wanting to ban gun violence. I'm sorry, but isn't all violence bad? Someone with an evil mind does not need a gun to carry out a massacre. On 9/11, over 3,000 people were killed by airplanes. Jim Jones killed 900 people with Kool-Aid. Timothy McVeigh killed 168 people with a rental truck. And there are dozens of ways to carry out a massacre without guns. Most of which have been done without any permit, and you can do it for under $50 worth of chemicals, which you can get at Walmart. Ask the outstanding veterans that are standing behind me in this room, what is the most common killer of troops in Iraq and Afghanistan and those gun-controlled countries? The answer is IEDs, improvised explosive devices. All it takes is 2 disposable cell phones and a few gallons of gas or other explosive chemicals. We all have the same goal, left and right. We want to end violence. Not just gun violence, violence. We want to stop rape too. And you're not going to tell my girlfriend, my mom, my sister, my niece, who are all legally aged women, how they can protect their bodies from rapists. I thought most of you leftists preach women's choice. What happened? If my 110-pound sister or girlfriend chooses to protect her body from rape with a 30-round magazine, that is her right as a woman, because she knows that human traffickers hunt in packs. And she will not give up in a fair fight. She's not going to give them a fair fight. The left has told you over and over, keeps telling you about suicide data with guns. And let's address that issue. That is a big issue. Let's talk about that. But let's take constitutional approaches to that and handle that issue. A gun is not needed to commit suicide. You can't ban ropes, you can't ban cars with exhaust, you can't ban over-the-counter medicine, you can't ban tall buildings, you can't ban knives. The left will keep throwing this number at you. They haven't done it tonight. 40,000 people are killed each year by guns. More than half that number is suicides. Of those 40,000, 29,000 are suicides. However, influenced by outside influences such as prescribed drugs. 1,612 are by law enforcement shootings in the line of duty. Justifiable ones. Love you, Sheriff. 274 of them are negligent discharges. The actual number for murder is 8,863. Of that 8,000, most of those murders are done with handguns. Most of those murders occur in Chicago, Baltimore, Detroit, DC, and LA. If you remove those 5 gun control cities off the map of the United States, we are 3rd from the bottom of the list of all countries in the world for gun-related murder. So 32,000. Well, over 2 million defensive uses of a firearm are reported each year. A small portion of those actually even include a discharge. The large portion of that number was legally armed citizens drawing their firearm and scaring off a would-be attacker. That 2 million is only the ones that are reported. The real number is much higher. And that number includes women walking to their car at night, in parking lots, in sketchy car garages, or after the bar closes. As a wise man once said, with guns, sure, there will always be homicides. But without guns in the hands of citizens, there will be genocides. Thank you, and Jeffrey Epstein did not kill himself.
Our next speaker is Trent Perry. After Trent Perry is Jim Frazier.
Good evening, my name is Trent Perry. I live in Montgomery County, Virginia. Been a resident here for about 12 years. Everybody's already spoke to a lot of what I have to say, so I'll keep it short and sweet so everybody else can speak. Basically, I urge all members of the board to go up against any unconstitutional laws that are being put forth before us, or maybe suggested in the future. I remind them that they've all taken an oath just like every public official. That's basically all I have to say. I hope to see everybody at Lobby Day, January 20th in Richmond. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Jim Frazier. After Mr. Frazier is Shannon Ritter.
Thanks, Jim Frazier, 709 McBride Drive, Blacksburg. I'm going to shorten my remarks here. Thank you for staying so late. First point, I'm asking you to reject these resolutions about sanctuary cities. The second point, it should be clear after all the discussion tonight, the concern about the ambiguity of what this sanctuary city means is rampant. I mean, people just don't understand it. You all know that it has no bearing in the law. State law is supreme, and whatever the county does in this regard is not going to be, if it's opposing the state law, it's not going to be legal. So you know that, but it's clear that a lot of people don't know it. So I would be concerned about that. And the last thing I just want to point out is, we have a program of economic development. I was on the economic development website this afternoon. The website is touting what a great place Blacksburg is to come. And I guess I would ask you to consider, do you want to have Blacksburg as a sanctuary city on that economic development website? You should think about that. Thanks.
Next speaker is Shannon Ritter. After Ms. Ritter is Kevin Carter.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. Shannon Ritter in 2812 Tall Oaks Drive in Blacksburg. The First Amendment of the Constitution includes the right of people to petition the government for a redress of grievances. I feel that for all people, but especially for the sake of our children, that gun violence is a grievance that can no longer be ignored and must be addressed now. I feel either of these resolutions to declare Montgomery County a Second Amendment sanctuary, or to single out support for the Second Amendment is an attempt to stifle any conversation about keeping our children safe. We have a constitution, 3 branches of government, and free and fair elections to protect us from tyranny. We need to change our conversation about what it takes to make us feel safe. Lawmakers have an obligation to consider ways to protect us and our children from runaway gun violence. I challenge each board member to consider going into every classroom in the county and tell the children there is nothing we can do to protect you from guns at school or at the theater or at concerts. Nothing we can do. Consider telling every parent we are helpless to protect your children from threats of violence. There is something you can do. You can encourage the conversation of our lawmakers to look for solutions. And I urge each board member to vote against these resolutions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kevin Carter. Mr. Carter's here. Not seeing him come forward, we'll move on to the next page. Jennifer West. Not seeing Miss West. Austin Schlind.
He's coming.
Okay, thank you.
And the next one.
Thank you. After Mr. Schlind is Brennan. Thank you. Couldn't make the W out. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Austin Schwind, 5214 Enterprise Drive in Elliston. I stand before you as what diversity looks like on college campus. That will probably shock you, but I'm not talking about diversity that's skin deep. In 2006 and 2007, I thought about the possibility, I was a student at Virginia Tech at the time in the engineering department. I thought about the possibility of a shooting happening on campus. And I went through the chaos that would happen, the carnage that would happen, and I found it completely unacceptable. So I scheduled a meeting with who I was told was in charge of security at Virginia Tech campus. His name, I'm not going to say now, but he was the vice president of business affairs, is who I eventually went to. He informed me that business affairs was a fancy name for security and infrastructure. This right here is the folder that I took to that meeting in 2006. I knew Virginia Tech was a business, and I knew that he could not say people should be allowed to carry on campus, because I knew what that would mean to the parents that send their kids to the school. I knew that parents in Maryland wouldn't accept it, New York, New Jersey, Northern Virginia, and obviously they make up a great portion of the student body at Virginia Tech. So I knew it was a very difficult position for him to be in, and I brought a solution to him that I hoped would make it a little bit easier and get, I'll say, police accredited protection inside the classrooms via volunteer deputies, we'll call them. No arrest powers, just carrying guns on campus and going through the same training that the police department goes through. He let me go through my whole spiel, and I'll never forget, keep in mind, this is the person in charge of security. I got to the end of my meeting with him, and he looked at me and he laughed. And he said, "You mean to tell me you don't feel safe on campus?" The man in charge of security, as he told me anyway, thought that a school shooting was not possible, thought that a school shooting was just nothing to really be concerned about. This was 14 months before the Virginia Tech shooting happened. To make things even worse, I usually watch eyewitness testimonies after the shootings. I usually try to gather the facts about what actually happens in the shootings themselves. And eventually I found out that I was supposed to be in the first classroom that the shooter went into. It was a German class. And I always carried on campus. So I want to say I'm sorry if I failed anybody. And I lost my train of thought. I think it's important to think about what actually happens during those shootings and what made the Virginia Tech shooting in particular as deadly as it was. People try to point to the guns, people try to point to the background checks, people try to point to all the things that are being proposed and illegal and in Richmond today. I want to point out that, contrary to what people have said, the Glock 17 or 19, I forget which he used, a 9mm semi-automatic handgun that he used, would not be illegal under SB 16. This legislation doesn't even ban the gun used in the Virginia Tech shooting. It talks about background checks. He passed the background check. We've talked about adding the mental stipulations to that, and that was addressed a year after. What made that shooting in particular so deadly, the Virginia Tech response time for the police was 2 to 3 minutes on average. That's what they told me. This shooter had 11 minutes of free time inside that building. Why? He had 11 minutes of free time inside that building because he took $30 worth of chain and put it around the doors. The police were not able to get in. I can tell you for a fact that every single one of these mass shootings, the length of the mass shooting always depends on the arrival of the second gun. It took 11 minutes at Virginia Tech. I believe it took 8 minutes at Columbine. We all know the Parkland police officer or safety officer who was outside with a gun that did not even go in to help the kids. The same thing happened at Columbine. So, I said at the beginning that I was the face of diversity on college campus. When you support the Second Amendment on college campus these days, you are ostracized. And I would just hope that we can not make people like me a felon. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Brennan Bowen. After Mr. Bowen is Matt Carlton.
Hi, I'm Brennan Bowen. I live in the Belmont area of Montgomery County. I ask that you do vote that we are a sanctuary city or town or county for the gun laws, not primarily because of the legality of it, but to send a message to our state legislature that it is unacceptable to make such a grand change that I feel is not necessary. In the case today, you've been presented with a lot of statistics on both sides. Statistics are like bikinis. They reveal what's tantalizing, but they hide what's crucial. Most of the statistics that you've seen would suggest that we are less safe to our government or to other societies if you disarm us. Most nation states that fail or are failing right now are a result of people losing the right to have their arms. The law as it's presented addresses hardware. It does not address societal issues. It does not address behavioral issues. And nobody here, you guys, states that have enacted such laws, our federal government, or even our media, have provided a root cause analysis of why. If we did a root cause analysis of why Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, we would not deduct that it occurred because of hardware. We would deduct that it occurred because of some societal issue, behavioral issue, or situation that you got yourself in. So why are you coming for our hardware would be the question. If I wanted to do a root cause analysis of why somebody violently raped a woman and killed her, I would not anywhere in my root cause analysis come to determination it was based on hardware or access to hardware. It's because of behavioral action or societal action. Rewind 50 years when I was a young man, hardware has not changed much between now and my age now. What has changed is society, allowable behaviors, tolerable behaviors, enabled behaviors. That's what has changed. That's what's enabling the behaviors that we see, and that is not what is addressed in these laws. Again, root cause. It is not hardware. It is behavior. It is society. Now let's back up and ask a real serious question. Why would a government want to disarm its populace? And historically speaking, when a government has disarmed its populace, did that city-state, that nation, did it survive? How many have disarmed their populace lately, and how are they struggling? How many nations have been on this earth and have disappeared from this earth because of government's failure to protect its people, or its corruption that led to its fall, or its corruption that has led to taking advantage of its people? And when you look at what's going on in today's government, the federal government level, the language that is used from our senators and congressmen about getting in people's face, the tenacity at which they're going after a president that is not a traditional politician, I think it's very obvious that they fear the people, and they fear that we find out that the level of corruption that is about to be exposed by President Trump. Ask yourself, why do they want us disarmed? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matt Carlton. After Matt Carlton is Josh Trump.
My name is Matt Carlton. I live out Allegheny Springs at Shawsville. I'll be quick. Everybody said, I think everything needs to be said, and I believe that 6 of you had your minds made up before you came here tonight, and I don't think you probably changed them. One of you, I believe, probably isn't entirely sure. At least I hope not. I want to be the first one tonight to ask a question to you. Do you know what that means right there? Sic semper tyrannis. That means thus always the tyrant. That's our state seal. I got just a couple of key notes I want to point out to you real quick, that some things that some people haven't said anything tonight. A lot of people talked about us being scared about the ones here that are supporting the Second Amendment, and not just the Second Amendment, but the wording of all these other laws that are being passed right now. or trying to be passed. I'm not scared. I feel perfectly safe. I feel safe in here tonight. I feel safe in that dark alley when I go out to my truck. I feel safe at my house all the way to out Allegheny Springs. I live 10 minutes from the closest highway. Hank and his fine deputies cannot get to my house as quickly as I would need them in an emergency. It can't happen. Won't be done. I protect my family. It's not Hank's job and it's not his deputy's job to protect my family. It's my job. It's every individual's job here to protect your family. It's also your job to do what your constituents ask of you. No one's doing anyone any favors by standing on the fence or being undecided or treading in thin water right in the middle somewhere. The seal that's behind you, that's what we're all here about tonight. In the top right corner of that seal, that gun that's on that seal right there could very well be illegal come July. Because that gun has a handguard on it that would protect your hand from a burn. That's the wording in one of these laws that's trying to be passed right now. The paramilitary laws, somebody already spoke on me training my son the correct and safe way to hunt, as so many people brought up tonight, would now be a felony. Do your job, I ask you please. Stand with your county, stand with your country, and stand by the Constitution. The rights, the Second Amendment, the First Amendment, these rights were not given by Congress. They were not given by our forefathers, and they were not given by the Constitution. These rights are God-given. No one can take them from me but God. You can lay them down if you choose, you don't want them, that's fine by me. Lay down your rights, give up your guns, give up all your rights, that's fine. But don't ask me to do it. There's a lot of talk about the mass shootings here tonight. I just want a point to hit me standing back there. Every one of these mass gun shootings, from Virginia Tech to Las Vegas to Virginia Beach to Florida, every one of them, they started with a gun, ended with a gun in one way or another. Every single one of them. The last words I have is, there's no simpler way to put it. If they pass these laws, if these go into place, no matter which way you vote tonight, no matter what the state law passes, I will not comply.
Our next speaker is Josh Trump, and after Josh, Mr. Trump, the last speaker that signed up is Frank Woods.
Good evening. Thank you all for coming out tonight. My name is Joshua Wayne Trump. My address, well, it's simple. I live in America, the United States of America, and that goes for all of us, and it's time to start acting like it. The racism must stop, the bullying must stop, and for the love of God, this right here, this unconstitutional act, it needs to end now. I remember a time when I was a kid, we loved one another as Americans, as a human with a heart, and now all it seems to be about is money, gangs, rape, drugs, and crooked politicians. The one thing I know is you can't stop neither one of these without a gun. Money is protected by it, gangs are stopped, rape is stopped, and so are the drugs that have been used to stop. And so have the drugs and the crooked politicians have been used with the gun. History is repeating itself, and some are blinded to see this. They have taken our God, our babies, and now our freedom, one right at a time. It's the freedom our beloved troops live and die for is being put to the question, are we really free? Threats of the military to be forced upon its own blood to fight and to rip this nation apart. Gangs and the rape and the criminals and the crooked politicians will still have their guns, and other weapons will be forced upon the helpless who used to have a gun or was able once trained to fight back. American flags will be fighting American flags. Is this what we want for our babies, to be slaved on their knees, begging for their lives, helpless with nothing to defend them? We, the people, will not allow that to happen to anyone who is with us tonight. We will stand strong beside the police force, the EMTs, the doctors, the lawyers, the teachers, even the preachers and the strangers who lives next door. Because our beloved community and our country, we have family with constitutional rights with protection from any threat. The Second Amendment, the one you swore to protect, a well-regulated militia being necessary to security of a free state, the right to bear arms shall not be infringed. Please let us pray before this right is ripped away. Everyone, if you would like, remove your hats, bow your heads as we pray. I pray for peace, for this unity of this Commonwealth of Virginia. I pray that horrors of war will not visit this land. I pray that our elected officials will consign their efforts to more noble acts such as economic growth and continued excellence in mankind's welfare. Our nation is at a crossroad in history. The descendants of present-day Virginia patriots and statesmen will look to see how we handle these situations, which will be studied far in the future. I pray that war be averted by those who God has allowed to be in charge for a season. In God we trust, and in Jesus' name, amen. Thank you.
Our last speaker that is signed up this evening is Frank Woods.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for bearing with us. But I'm 84 years old come Saturday. Not too many people in here much older than I am. Mr. Tuck, you're my supervisor. But as I stand before you tonight, my oldest son served aboard the aircraft carrier Kennedy. My third son served in the Air Force, and his son served in the Air Force. My fifth son served in Desert Storm. And they all took an oath to serve our country and to protect it from foreign and domestic problems. You go to Arlington Cemetery and you look at the tombstones up there. What did they die for? For the freedom that we enjoy here. The minister a while ago quoted the scripture to turn the other cheek. But there's another verse of scripture in the Holy Bible that says a man that will not provide for his family is worse than an infidel. That doesn't just mean food and raiment and a shelter over their head. It means protection too. And I ask this board tonight to vote yes on this amendment to make our county a sanctuary. Thank you for your time.
At this point in time, that is the end of the sign-up sheet. As you're aware, we still have several items of new business, including the discussion of the two amendments that are proposed. If there's others that wish to come forward to speak, you're welcome to do so at this time.
Hello, my name is LaTanya Walker and I live in Blacksburg on Birchleaf Lane. And lest I be dismissed on that fact alone, my family has lived in the county as far back as 1802, and that includes Blacksburg, Christiansburg, Cambria, and Shawsville. My grandmother was in fact an excellent markswoman, and in her later years she often participated in the Senior Olympics in riflery, and she often medaled. And to this day, I still feel a little heated about that because she never taught me how to shoot. I am disappointed, though, that we are arguing for something that has not been proposed. When the bill does, as I read it, does not propose taking guns out of the hands of law-abiding citizens for defense, hunting, or otherwise. Rather, it speaks to limiting unsupervised access for children and banned access for those who have demonstrated they are a danger to others. It is unfathomable to me that we must argue over this type of gun safety law, because of fear. These laws are not a compromise, they are needed. One of my early stories told to me by my mother is of how she woke up with her 3-year-old daughter playing with an unsecured gun pointed right at her head. At the age of 14, I mourned a 10-year-old friend of the family who died because he and another friend were playing with a family gun. At the age of 16, I mourned one of my best friends who shot himself with a family weapon. I don't want your gun. I really don't. But under no circumstances am I going to support a proposal that restricts what I see as common sense laws for fear of something that has never been seriously proposed or considered. In my opinion, a vote for this proposal is a vote against reasonable gun safety. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Josh Mays. I live in Reiner. I want to thank y'all for bearing with us for this long night. First off, I want to say I would like you to vote to make Montgomery County a Second Amendment sanctuary county. There's been a lot of talk tonight about what purpose that might serve. To me, the ultimate purpose of that is to basically get our legislators in Richmond to stop. Frankly, they're making me scared. They are talking about taking away guns, and they are talking about taking away rights. And whether sanctuary status has any legal status or not is kind of beside the point. To me, that if you do take that vote and you do approve it, it sends a message to Richmond that their shenanigans won't be tolerated. For myself, some of these laws that Richmond is proposing, some of the laws that even national legislators are proposing, they're legal. I will not comply with them. I served in the Army. I took an oath to defend and uphold the Constitution, and I will do that. I will do that even if it means defying my state government or my national government or my county government. I don't want to. That's the last thing I want to do. But I will. I was born free. I will die free. I want to leave you some words from Thomas Jefferson. What country can preserve its liberties if its rulers are not warned from time to time that their people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Kevin Brannick. I live at 315D Reynolds Street in Blacksburg, Virginia. I wrote this while here and in response to what I've heard. Northern's proposed legislations are affronts to the Constitution. Legislation like that has been passed in other states to disastrous effect. The worst of these so far are red flag laws, which violate the right to due process and the right to confront your accuser. This cannot be allowed. In other states where they have been passed, they've been enacted against law-abiding citizens in the dead of night with no warning and no recourse. Mass shootings happen in schools, in public areas because they are gun-free zones, and criminals will always commit crime. Before the 1990s and the creation of gun-free zones, there was essentially no mass shootings in any school in this country. The passing of gun-free zones has only led to more deaths because the victims were soft targets. When there was a single school shooting in Israel, they armed all of their teachers. There has not been a single one since. Citizens are not the property of the state, and they must be able to defend themselves. Throughout history, tyranny has been implemented by first disarming citizens, from Stalin to Mao to Lenin. When citizens' military power becomes dwarfed by their government, they lose their rights. During the Dark Ages, citizens were able to gain these rights gained the rights by gaining enough power to fight the monarchy's knights. This happened after the invention of the crossbow, and it resulted in the drafting of the Magna Carta. The First Amendment is there to defend the rest of them. Many on the left seem to believe that this is a knee-jerk reaction, that major compromises have never happened before. The infringement of the Second Amendment has been in constant push in one direction since the creation of the ATF in 1934. This reaction is Virginians drawing the line after nearly 100 years in fighting back. We will no longer turn a blind eye to these government transgressions. The right of free citizens to be able to defend themselves from other citizens and governments, foreign or domestic, should not be infringed. Sic semper tyrannis.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the board, my name is David Worley. I'm not actually from Montgomery, I'm from Floyd, but I work here in Montgomery every week, and I have many employees who are people I supervise who work here as well. And I come to you also on behalf of the citizens of Floyd County asking that you join as another Second Amendment sanctuary county to pass this resolution. A couple of points I think a lot of people made, but I want to emphasize. First off is that the very premise of the United States, of our great republic, is that our rights come from God, that our Declaration states that we're endowed by nature, and nature's God with certain inalienable rights. And the list in the Declaration are life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, but secondary to those rights, and almost as important, is you have to retain the right to protect those rights, which is why the Second Amendment exists. I think a lot of times, the Second Amendment, we talk about criminals, we talk about hunting, all these different things, and nothing to do with that. The whole purpose of the Second Amendment, as viewed by our founders, was to enable the people, armed and numerous, to provide a check on their government if necessary. Now, some people may say, oh, so you're a tinfoil hat guy who believes in stuff like that, but that's what the original Virginians believed. The people who founded the Commonwealth, the people who founded this great republic, what they believed. And whether or not you believe the federal government today would be a threat, or the state government, or if it ever materialized, the point is that that was the original purpose of the Second Amendment, the original reason why this is codified in our Constitution. And whether or not you agree with these political arguments, or you agree with the philosophy of the founders, I'd like to consider two things. One, when the people believe that their government is not going to protect their rights, they take that duty into their own hands. And that's what we're really talking about here is a real risk. Private militias, vigilante action, those types of things come to pass and people believe that our government no longer protects them. I'm an Iraq War veteran. I've seen what it's like when countries descend into chaos because people no longer believe that their government has their best interests in mind, or they can seek protection of the authorities. And unfortunately, I think that's what we're going to see if this legislation comes to pass and local governments don't take up the mantle protecting the rights and the liberties of their people. So it's a public safety concern. Lastly, whether or not you agree with some of the things that have been said today, I'd like you to consider that throughout all of human history, and there's ample studies that show this in modern times, these laws do not prevent violent crime. They do not stop criminals. But what they do is they disarm the weakest among us. They disarm those who often don't have others to protect them, and render everyone more vulnerable to criminals and tyrants. And I ask you please pass this resolution and join the fellow counties that surround you in protecting the liberties of its citizens. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jackson Johnson. I live at 858 Patrick Henry Drive. No pun intended on Patrick Henry, but I am a Virginia Tech student. I'm a senior in mechanical engineering, and I have guns. I have an AR-15. I have semi-automatic rifles with threaded barrels. My guns, I don't want to hurt anyone. I just want to use my rifles as a stress reliever. After I take a test, I may be kind of stressed out. Let's go to the range, let's shoot a couple rounds, take my friends, it's a good time. After this law passes, that makes me a felon. I have 2 speeding tickets. But because I possess these firearms, I'm a felon. Like, come on. Like, that's kind of ridiculous that owning a gun, now that it's legal, would make me a felon. And also, to the thing of self-defense, I also have a Glock 19. I don't want to shoot anyone. I really don't. That's incredibly traumatic to take another person's life. But am I going to let my mom put her only son in the ground because he couldn't defend himself? No. I really don't want to hurt other people, but I do want to defend myself. And also, when we go through these background checks and we purchase a gun, I don't mind jumping through the hoops. I have nothing to hide. But when you are also purchasing a gun, you're purchasing a firearm. You're not purchasing a toy. And it's up to gun owners to accurately and control their firearms and keep them out of the hands of children. It's not up to the government to keep guns out of the hands of children. It's up to the firearm owner. And I wanted to say that because I heard it brought up. And so I heard also diversity within college students. I am Virginia Tech. This is Virginia Tech. And it's on that seal. It's obviously very important to all of us. So thank you very much.
Good evening. Joseph. I live Christiansburg, Church Street. This is, at its core, this to me seems like we're dealing with a problem-solving process. For almost 21 years now, there's been shootings going on, and they're a problem because people die. But what I think we have to do is ask ourselves, what have we done to try and make this situation better? I sat down with Joseph Yost 5 or 6 years ago when he was still in office, and I said that we as responsible gun owners need to get out in front of this because public opinion is shifting, and if we don't do anything, then there's going to come a day when that's taken out of our hands, and other people will be the ones making the decisions. So I think that the process should unfold. If you really feel this strongly about it, I think you should involve yourselves more often in the governmental process. Learn about issues and take part. Thanks, guys. Y'all have a good evening.
Thank you, board. I know it's been a heck of a long night. I'll keep this short.
Name.
My name is Roy Fox. I'm a student at Virginia Tech. I live on D-Hart Street in Blacksburg. Active member of my community. I volunteer 10 to 15 hours a week in Shawsville, so I definitely see a lot of the county. And I carry a firm belief that this county is my home. Not a day goes by where I don't think about staying here the rest of my life. I see the beauty of the rolling hills in Shawsville, the great colors of the county in the fall, and the amazing Hokie Stone displayed in Virginia Tech's wonderful campus. And I just want that to be known before I get into the sanctuary. But as far as the sanctuary county, I say that we should vote for this. This is coming from a young man who does not own a gun. This bill does not support gun violence, but this bill does go against my right to choose a firearm and the means in which I do get to protect my family and friends. This is not a gun problem, but this is instead a condition of the heart. Sin, just like a common cold, can't exactly be seen with our eyes, but really just a condition of one inside. And so if someone has the capability or the ability to do wrongdoing, they're going to wind up doing that anyway. So this county should be passed as a sanctuary county because of its people. The people here that are still here tonight that have shown out and continue to support this. And so thank you guys and God bless.
Good morning, ma'am. Members of the board, thank y'all for y'all's attendance tonight.
Your name, please.
I'm sorry?
Your name?
Zach Krantz, 3771 Childress Road, Christiansburg, Virginia. I just want to say a few things here. I love everybody here, everyone here. I love each and every one of you. I would do anything to help anyone, regardless of what sticker you may wear or if you have none at all. Would you not want me to have every available tool to help you if you needed my help? Some say that the Second Amendment resolution does not matter. I beg to differ. It matters to me. Some say it's vague. It's not vague. The amendment that will be voted on this morning now is clear. The entirety of Southwest Virginia can be outvoted by one single Northern Virginia county. We're relying on you, our board, to send our voice to Richmond. If gun restriction would 100% guarantee that no more mass murders would happen, I would be for it. But quite the opposite. Gun restriction has already been said over and again tonight. Only restricts law-abiding citizens. I'm a lay preacher at my beloved church, New Life Apostolic Church of Jesus Christ, 785 Stafford Drive, Christiansburg, Virginia. The First Amendment, freedom of speech, is of utmost importance to me. The right to articulate what I feel in my heart. Here's the deal. Without the Second Amendment, we don't have a First Amendment. There's been evil and murder literally since the beginning of mankind. Evil cannot be legislated out of our society. Evil's not a gun issue, it's a heart issue. Satan has come to steal, kill, and destroy. But Jesus said, I am come that you might have life. That's what we're all about tonight, is life, and that you might have it more abundantly. Laws will never legislate out murders. It may only at best change the weapon used. What can bring the murder rate in Montgomery County to zero? We would all want that, not more gun restrictions. I've got the solution. It's called Jesus Christ. Only Jesus can change the heart. Do you want your heart changed? In order for this to be done, you must be born again by water and the Spirit, as outlined in the book of Acts, chapter 2 and 38. Then Peter said unto them, Repent, be baptized, every one of you, in the name of Jesus Christ for the remission of sins. You shall receive the gift of the Holy Ghost. My entire family genealogy, literally for hundreds of years, have been hunters and avid outdoorsmen. The Second Amendment is not to guarantee the opportunity to join the outdoors. My grandfather was a famed Bedford boy that fought on the beaches of Normandy. It is explicitly to keep our government in check. Simply put, we do not trust the government to act in our best interest. I don't trust Richmond. I don't trust Washington. I want to ask, can I trust this board tonight to pass what is dear to my heart and so many here tonight? My beautiful wife and my daughters are already in bed again this morning. Can I defend them as I need to without infringement of the government? My great-grandfather is Clyde Roberts. He passed away unexpectedly at 105 years old 3 months ago. Many of the outdoorsmen here know his story. I was given his hunting rifle. Background checks, my great-grandfather's wish for his family heirlooms may not have been granted if the laws proposed were on the books 12 weeks ago. I ask for you to vote for and pass the Second Amendment resolution. Thank you for listening to me. Merry Christmas.
Chairman and women of the board, my name is Nico Godsey. I reside in 8800 Hunters Mill Road, Apartment B, Blacksburg, Virginia. I'd like to start off by saying the Second Amendment is the only individual right our founders placed in the Bill of Rights to the United States Constitution that was designed to guarantee the other 9 amendments providing for self-defense, national defense, and defense against tyranny within our own borders. Article 1, Section 13 of the Constitution of Virginia states in part that a well-regulated militia composed of the body of the people trained to arms is the proper, natural, and safe defense of a free state. Therefore, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Well-regulated, meaning it referred to the property of something being in proper working order. Something that was well-regulated was calibrated correctly, functioning as expected. Good law-abiding citizens should never be punished or restricted from firearms possession and used due to the criminal acts of others, no matter how horrendous the criminal act or evil the perpetrator. If this law passes, I will be a criminal in the eyes of the law. Same as those great patriots who fought years and years ago to be free. Same as the many liberty-minded individuals who will die for their freedoms, lots of which have come to show support this evening, and the countless others in our great state. Many of those great patriots being Virginians, I leave you with this. If you look at that flag, it says Sic Semper Tyrannis, and that's what we're about. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ben Johnson. I'm a Virginia Tech student and a resident of Virginia. I reside on Airport Road, Blacksburg, Virginia. Currently, as the law stands, I cannot possess the means to defend myself and my peers in the classroom with lethal force. And new laws proposed would threaten my right to defend my loved ones and complete strangers from those who would wish us harm. Current pre-filed bills from Richmond pose a threat to me that, if passed, would make me a felon. In my 20 years of life, I haven't received as much as a traffic citation, yet by possessing a weapon that I have legally purchased in Virginia, my record could be permanently stained. There have been many people tonight who have said nobody wants to take your guns. And until recently, I believed that. However, after reading these bills proposed at the Virginia State Legislature, I am no longer obliged to this false presumption. I am not alone in this predicament. According to the NRA, semi-automatic weapons now account for about 50% of all firearms bought annually. This means that conservatively, 50% of firearm owners in Virginia would be forced to either turn in their guns or have them taken by force and be charged with a Class 6 felony. These bills being proposed are outrageous, and that is why you have seen some amazing grassroots effort to oppose them. I'm urging you to support the resolution to make Montgomery County a Second Amendment sanctuary for the sake of all our law-abiding citizens in this county. Thank you, and Merry Christmas. Thank you.
Kevin Meadows, 24240 Baldwin Lane, Christiansburg. I have a newfound respect for all you guys and all your patience. Thank you for responding to my emails. I think every single one of you did that in a timely manner. I appreciate that. I would like to leave you with just a perspective, maybe something that you haven't thought about. There was a pastor that was representing himself and probably his congregation earlier. I'm also a pastor. I've also been to this seminary. I love the Bible. My interest in the Second Amendment is theological. Like many of you and most of the people in this room, we want to see progress as a society, right? We don't want mass shootings. We want there to be freedom. We want to enjoy everything that our forefathers have paid the price for us. We want all of that, and we want society, we want the world to get better. But there's this element that kind of messes it all up, and it's human nature. And it's that the Bible calls it sin that's been passed on to us. And so while the socialists will say, you know, let's all work together to keep going towards this progress, there's a problem there. And it's that sin nature, and that there's a potential Hitler in each and every individual. If David, who was a man after God's own heart, could sleep with a woman and have her husband murdered, tyranny can exist in higher structures where there's centralized power. And so, to be honest, I didn't really trust the Obama administration. I don't really trust the Trump administration. And that's what this comes down to. The forefathers were getting at was for us to be able to protect ourselves from tyranny that can exist in a centralized, overpowered government. And so I want to ask, and I'll be disappointed if the Second Amendment sanctuary resolution does not pass. I would be okay with the second resolution, but disappointed if the first one does not. That actually calls it a Second Amendment sanctuary. And I want to encourage you guys to do that. Thank you again for your time.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Jones, and I'm from Henry County originally, but I'm currently living in the Virginia Tech dorms. In fact, I live in one of the dorms where Cho fired shots back in 2007. So, of course, this is something that's, I've kind of carried with me throughout my college career thus far. I feel safe with guns around. I've always felt unsafe when I knew that I couldn't have guns, such as, being in Baltimore or in other places where I couldn't. And a place that I can't have guns is in my dorm room. So quickly I searched for alternatives that I was allowed to have. In my dorm, I have a stun gun, I have pepper spray, and I have knives that are within regulations. If a 17-year-old college student can find alternatives this quickly, what are career criminals going to do? What are they going to think to have with them? My second day as a student at Virginia Tech, I was in a class in new classroom building. And my professor was a student at the time of the Virginia Tech massacre. And he was going over safety protocols with us. And he said that he asked the Virginia Tech Police Department what the best thing to do with that classroom was. And because that building is almost entirely glass, the police department said there was almost nothing that they could do to protect us in a crisis situation. So every single day, every Tuesday, Thursday, I watched my professor draw the blinds, make sure the TA was sitting in the back of the room, making sure you couldn't see the inside of the classroom from the outside at all. And why is that? Because we're completely defenseless. There's no way that we're any match for someone with a gun coming into our building. In a crisis situation, the first thing that you're going to want is a gun. I remember as a kid, I was always playing with my little brother. My little brother loved Nerf guns. And if he came at me with a Nerf gun, I didn't try to take it. I went and I got my own and fired back at him. Yeah, so I don't think that taking guns from law-abiding citizens is okay at all. In fact, if I want to pull statistics out, there are 12.8 million gun-owning citizens in America. Only 0.002% of gun owners with a concealed carry permit have committed a firearm-related crime. So I just wanted you to, sorry, I lost my train of thought. But yeah, no, just to think, guns keep us safe. We're completely defenseless without them, and as I said before, if we find ourselves in a crisis situation, the first thing that we're going to want is a gun. And as an 18-year-old standing in front of you today, this is going to be my fight. If Senate Bill 16 is passed, this is going to be my fight as I enter into adulthood. So just keep in mind that my generation will have to deal with the consequences of the choices made today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ben Stern. I live at 1835 Mount Tabor Road in Blacksburg. It's my first house, very proud of it. I'm a gun owner. I own several AR-15s, a great gun to have. I'd like to offer a different perspective than what some up here presented before. I'd like to talk about previous gun legislation and the effects that it has had on this country. In particular, I'd like to talk about the gun legislation in 1986, the NFA Act that banned suppressors, that banned full auto machine guns, and what has actually become of it. I'd like to point out that full auto machine guns and suppressors can still be bought. They're expensive, but they can still be bought. All it takes is a tax stamp and one more background check and $10,000, which is where I'm going with this. Gun laws don't restrict everybody. Gun laws restrict law-abiding citizens and poor people. A lot of gun laws are designed to take rights of those who are disenfranchised. And although there are currently no grandfather clauses in the current proposed legislation, SB 16, if there are, I can guarantee you that those grandfathered weapons, those will only fall into the hands of wealthy people. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
My name's Bobby Overstreet. I live in Plum Creek. I think you know where that is, Mr. King. I appreciate y'all sitting through all this. My wife's been kicking me in the side trying to get me to leave ever since I've been here. But I come up here to say just a couple things. I'm going to be fast. First of all, I don't know any of y'all personally. I don't know how y'all gonna vote. People's come up here and said they already know how everybody's gonna vote. I don't know how y'all gonna vote. I have no idea. But what I think's going on is something that went on a few years ago with these people. And just a few days ago, on December 7, 1941, Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. And millions of boys, and one of them was my dad, went and joined the Army, the Navy, the Air Force. My dad joined the Navy because it was an uprising that people had never seen before. You're seeing the same thing right now. I don't know how y'all gonna vote, and y'all keep saying, some people say it doesn't matter how you vote, make it a sanctuary county or not. But these people here are going to reach other members of their family. They're going to reach other members of their community. And we're going to vote. However, what happens in Richmond come November, we're going to get a new governor, and we're going to have the same president again. Thank y'all.
Seeing nobody else coming forward, we'll go past public address and move to addendum.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah. Oh, yes, sir, Sheriff. Apologize for that.
Mr. Meadows, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I know it's late, and I really don't have a whole lot for you all. I'm not going to beg you to make us a sanctuary county. But what I do want to do is try to calm this county down, and I can't do that without facing you. So I made a couple notes today. I'm a veteran. I'm a retired sergeant major, 22 years of service, enduring freedom, Iraqi freedom. And I've heard so many people talk about that, and so many people talk about my brother Eric, and a couple people mentioned Derek. So I'm not going to relive all that and rehash all that. I will tell you that, please forgive me, board, but I have to correct this, that Heidi Childs and David Metzler have never been forgotten, as someone stated up here earlier. Amen. And that I was the third deputy on the scene that morning. And that some of the best law enforcement people in this country have been working on that case and are still working on that case. And I can't tell you how happy I am that someone in this audience thinks they've solved it. Look, so January 1st, 2020, I crossed into my 33rd year in law enforcement. All but 1 year, I've served the citizens of Montgomery County and the town of Christiansburg for a short stint. My deputies, the best out there, and the best sheriff's office out there, are going to do their best and lay their lives down, as I will, to protect this county and everybody in it. Whether you got an orange sticker on, or a yellow sticker, or a white sticker, or these new stickers that just appeared tonight. I'm probably going to upset a lot of people telling you this, but I'm an endowment life member of the NRA. I absolutely love the Second Amendment. I believe in the Second Amendment and everything it stands for. I also believe in every other amendment and every other piece of both our federal and our state constitution.
Amen.
Please know that we're going to be here no matter what happens. There has been no legislation coming out of Richmond yet. It's on the way. And I'm not a lawyer, but Mr. Tuck will probably agree with me. What goes in the meat processor never looks like what it did when it comes out. So whatever bill is proposed might be totally different when it's enacted. I can tell you that some of my counterparts, some of my sheriff buddies are very concerned about what might come out of Richmond. But it's not here yet. It's not here yet. We're going to take care of you the best way we can, the best way we know how. I understand that passion's high on both sides. I don't know how the vote's going to go. I know they're all tired, and I know they still have to do their thing. And I appreciate them all so much because they've always got my back. One last thing. I hope this calms everybody down even more. I can promise you, as long as I'm in the wheelhouse steering this ship, one of the things that scares me the most is something that comes out of Richmond that puts my folks in danger. And it also puts you in danger. If there's a law that says we got to come take something, I'm not going to put my folks in danger.
Amen.
I'm not going to put any of our citizens in danger, no matter what side of this they're on.
That's right.
I'm just not going to do it. But I can tell you, as long as I'm here and I'm in charge of this office, you will never see us coming to take any law-abiding citizen's firearm.
If April needs to take a break, I'm willing, but I'm saying let's just keep going.
She needs a break.
Where did she go?
We're going to take a 2 minute
We
break.
need to take a break. We can't just leave her out there.
No, we can't. I agree. I'm just saying, no, with
Just
her
take
being
5
gone.
minutes. It doesn't
5
take
minutes,
10.
fine, fair enough.
Yeah, take 5.
Board chair has indicated we're going to take a 10-minute break. We'll be back at 12:44. Mr. Chair, board members, at this point we'll go into new business. We have 4 items of new business this evening. The first item on the, I should say this morning, I've been reminded a couple of times that we're into tomorrow. First item is resolution supporting traffic incident management legislation. This is a request that we received a couple of weeks ago regarding an upcoming bill in the General Assembly regarding VDOT's traffic incident management vehicles. We passed that on to the board, and there's a resolution for you to consider on that item. I can. It's this is a request. VDOT traffic incident management vehicles are being requested to have flashing lights and sirens when responding as first or when supporting first responders during a traffic incident. Currently, they only have amber lights, and at times that creates issues on the interstate for them with response.
Is there any discussion?
Was there a motion?
I'll make a motion. Put it on the floor.
I'll second.
Now you need discussion.
Where you want to start?
Anywhere.
I'll start. I can't remember if I discussed this with you all prior to, but this exact issue came up before the VACO Transportation Committee, and it was soundly defeated. Because in essence, what you are doing is you are taking service trucks and making them emergency vehicles. The people that operate these vehicles, they do a great job, love what they're doing, but what they're asking for is to have red lights and sirens on their trucks in order for them to get to the scene quicker. Their job at the scene is to put out cones and to put up their arrow board to move traffic over. To lump them in with the fire department, I think, is a big mistake. And the Transportation Board for VACO, I don't recall anybody that was in favor of it. Everybody just thought that's a bad idea. Now, in their letter, they talk about increasing the response time, which, yeah, that's always good. But then they bring up things about saving lives and all this other thing, and I think that's a stretch, in my opinion. And I've done both. I've gotten there with blue lights, and I've also gotten there with amber lights. And I don't think this is a necessary thing for us to do. I think it will cause more confusion, especially with citizens, because now here you have service trucks that are rushing to a scene that they probably don't need to. That's my take. And I will not support it.
Steve, did they say anything about using like just regular, why do they have to be red lights?
Because in the state code, that's what you have to move over for.
Mm-hmm. And they want everyone to, gotcha.
Yeah. Fire and police and emergency services like ambulances and such have those colored lights specifically so that people know what's coming. Gotcha. Versus the amber lights. And just on top of it, if it's that important to make them emergency vehicles, then why not make the wreckers emergency vehicles? They're going to clear the road quicker than the service trucks are. So, I think it's a slippery slope, and I don't think it's really needed or necessary.
And I'll just add to that, I've never been in a vehicle with red lights, but I have with blue lights. And when you turn the lights on, whether you're responding to a call or to pull the vehicle over, a lot of people just lose their minds. And I've had them stop in the middle of the road. I've had them stop in the median. It's just, you never know what they're going to do. And I don't think those people will be trained for that. I just think it's a mistake too.
And I would add that I think, and I think this comes from Loudoun County, I think their mind is in the right place, or their heart, I should say, is in the right place, but I don't think this is a practical solution to speed things up.
So when you participated in the VACO board, there was no real support for this?
None.
And that represents localities across the state? Okay, gotcha.
Thank you very much.
Any more discussion? Madam Secretary, call roll, please.
Ms. Bone?
No.
Mr. Shepherd?
No.
Mr. Clark?
No.
Mr. Fitzgerald?
No.
Ms. DeMoss?
No.
Ms. Biggs? No. Chair King?
No.
7 noes, defeated.
Board members, the next item under new business this evening is a special use permit for Cellco Partnership telecommunications tower. We talked about this earlier this evening, yesterday, under public address.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Madam Secretary, call roll, please.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. Tuck?
Aye.
Mr. Fizikowski?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
Aye.
Ms. Biggs?
Aye.
Ms. Bone?
Aye.
Chair King?
Aye.
7 ayes.
Board members, the next two items of new business are the two resolutions that have been proposed regarding Second Amendment Sanctuary County. The first resolution is to declare Montgomery County a Second Amendment Sanctuary County.
I would make that motion.
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Tuck?
Supervisor Christiansburg, I'm thankful for your service as a state trooper protecting all of us through the Commonwealth for decades. And your service in the Army, protecting all of us in this entire country. And Chair King, there's no one on this board who's performed more hours of community service and given back to the community than you have with the thousands of hours that you've done with volunteer fire and rescue. Supervisor Shepherd, you more than anyone else on our board and perhaps in this room know what it was like on April 16th because you were one of the first responders as law enforcement into Norris Hall. What you witnessed that day, I can't imagine, don't want to imagine. Like many people who have fought the war, you don't talk about it, you don't brag about it. You've ran 2 campaigns and in none of your literature did you even discuss it. I have a great deal of respect for your heroic actions that day. I respect all of you, but for the reasons I stated at the previous meeting, and to be true to the man in the mirror, I will not vote in favor of Resolution A. For those of you who do not believe that it's necessary for any resolution to be passed, I disagree with that as well. In examining some of the proposed legislation, it is clear in my opinion that they won't pass constitutional muster. I didn't just rely on my own opinion, but I reached out throughout the legal community that I'm a member in, both prosecutors and defense attorneys, and they hold the same opinion. In addition, last week, I reached out to 4 local businesses in Montgomery County which sell firearms and asked them to provide me the numbers in regards to how many weapons they sold and how many would be illegal under some of the proposed resolutions. Out of the 203 guns that were sold in that 30-day period of time, 71% would be illegal and possibility of a real felony conviction. What some of you may not also know is that Class 1 misdemeanor carries up to 12 months in jail and up to a $2,500 fine. All of you, my fellow supervisors, understand that we'll be the ones paying the bill on a jail sentence, not the state. And on an annual basis, we ask our legislators not to give us unfunded mandates. Is this not an unfunded mandate? You 3, my fellow supervisors, have an opportunity perhaps that the 4 Republicans on this board probably don't have. You 3 probably have Delegate Hurst and Senator Edwards' cell phone numbers. You supported their campaigns, and they will probably listen to you when they might not listen to us in the same way. You have the opportunity to show Richmond that you can sit down with somebody from the other party and work through difficult issues. You also have the opportunity to show citizens here in Montgomery County that we as a body can work together through tough issues. Now for the folks in this room, I'd like to use the analogy of a football game to describe where we're at in my opinion. The first quarter is over and it's lost. There are many folks in this room who didn't vote in the last election. There are folks that didn't register to vote, who didn't make sure their kids were registered to vote, who didn't offer to take their neighbors to vote, who didn't go door to door with candidates or volunteer or put signs or bumper stickers on their cars. Elections have consequences, and that quarter is lost. In my opinion, we're now in the second quarter. I believe a lot of folks in this room believe that the underlying issues and reasons for some of these shootings is mental health. In my opinion, people don't ask to be mentally ill. Mental illness typically strikes between the ages of 16 and 25, with the majority being between the ages of 18 and 22. What if we as a society, myself included, begin to look at people with mental illness with the same compassion that we look at a 16 or 17-year-old that comes down with cancer? What if folks in this room push for Virginia Tech and its foundation to pay 100% of the taxes owed on commercial real estate? And what if the Board of Supervisors agreed that 100% of those additional funds would be used for mental health treatment here in Montgomery County? On the most recent project, that would mean over $600,000 per year. But this amount would help locally, but it probably wouldn't be enough, and it wouldn't help out the rest of the state. What if we as Republicans agreed to put our money where our mouth is? What if we agreed to raise the sales tax 0.1% so we could actually treat the mentally ill instead of seeing them treated for 3 days and because they don't have insurance, put out on the street, or God forbid, over at our park and ride, and so they can get on to the next bus? There are millions of people in this country who deal with mental illness and take their medications just like they're supposed to, and they're productive members of society. But there are also folks who don't stay on those medications. I think there's a lot of folks in this room that might be guilty when the doctor has told us, eat less and exercise more. Well, dealing with some of those mental illnesses are a lot more difficult than watching our weight. All of us are affected by our life experiences, and I'm no different. My oldest son's best friend in elementary school was this cute little boy. He had a great involved family. He came over to our house on a regular basis. They had sleepovers, birthday parties, and did all kinds of things that elementary school best friends do. When they went to middle school, they stayed friends, but they were in different teams and kind of separated a little bit. That little boy, when he got to high school, started developing serious mental health issues. His parents tried to the best of their ability to get their son help. Unfortunately and tragically, that young man went and purchased a shotgun and went to the New River Valley Mall and shot several individuals. What if the people who love you the most, your parents, had the right to file a petition that would prevent their child from purchasing or possessing guns? Not the government, not a stranger, but a parent. What if that parent had the right, but that child also had the right to an attorney, and if they could not afford one, one would be appointed for them? And what if the guns were held by the parents and not the government? Frankly, what if Neil's parents, good people, would have had that opportunity? People who were trying to get their son help. Perhaps they would have their son at home instead of prison. And perhaps one of our speakers this evening would not have had their life changed forever. Now, let's say that we're not successful in the second quarter and unconstitutional laws are passed. How do you win the third quarter? You win the third quarter in the court systems. I've read online where folks are talking about civil war, about shooting anyone who tries to take their guns. That kind of talk needs to stop. Instead of that kind of talk, we need to channel the kind of courage of a great American, Rosa Parks. Think of the courage it took as an African American woman to get on that bus knowing she was going to be arrested by racist men. She was selected because the civil rights leaders believed she had what it took to challenge the racist policies. What if someone in this room was willing to have that courage and call up law enforcement and say that they had an illegal gun in the car and they were prepared to be arrested? What if that person was perhaps a victim of domestic assault or someone who had their home broken into multiple times? But you know what? Rosa Parks didn't make that legendary decisions and difference and changes on her own. She had support. What if people in this room were willing to put money in a GoFundMe account to make sure that those folks' bills, if they were in jail, were being paid for? And then we challenge it in the circuit court. And if we're not successful in the circuit court, then we appeal it through the state courts, to the Court of Appeals and to the Supreme Court. Why would we go through the state courts? Because it would give 2 chances for a win. But it also would allow us to go from the Virginia Supreme Court directly to the U.S. Supreme Court. And I believe we would be successful there. How do I know you can do this? Because I have actually done it. I've appealed the case from the Virginia Supreme Court, and I won 9-0 in front of the U.S. Supreme Court. Now, there are 4 quarters in a football game, and you better believe that Bud Foster makes adjustments and learns what happens from the first quarter. We had a legislative dinner last week, and Delegate McNamara explained that we in Southwest Virginia have 10 total delegates. Fairfax County alone has 10 delegates. That gives you an idea. It's based on population. Guess what else has happened in this spring? We're going to have a census. And there's a lot of people in this room who might not want to be counted. But if you're not counted, our voice is not going to get greater in Richmond. It's going to get smaller. So one of the things we have to do coming this spring is to make sure you're counted in that census, because that will affect whether we have 10 delegates, 8 delegates, or 6 delegates in the coming elections. And that's how we start. But we also learn about the mistakes we made in the first quarter. We look and get involved in elections. We help and work in campaigns. Now, folks, I know that some of you aren't happy with me because I'm not voting to make Montgomery County a sanctuary city. But I have to do what I believe is the right thing, and I have to be able to look myself in the mirror. And I, as a criminal defense attorney, listen to a lot of folks, and they count on me to tell them the truth. And I wouldn't be telling them the truth if I told them that this was a sanctuary city, that they were protected from prosecution. Thank you to my fellow supervisors. Tom, I know we're on the first resolution, and but that's where I'm at, and I'll try to limit my comments on the second.
Supervisor Steve?
Yeah, since I made the motion, I feel like I need to defend my position. The vote we will take is not to reaffirm the whole Constitution, as a lot of people were thinking. We are here to reaffirm the Second Amendment because that's what the very large number of citizens have asked. Remember, this is a resolution, not law. About 2 years ago, we listened to a much smaller group who wanted us to take a position on a very controversial topic to which we had no control over. We agreed, and we passed a resolution against the Mountain Valley Pipeline. Many have asked why we should be intimidated into voting by gun owners. We should do it because the proposed Senate bill will harm the law-abiding citizens and do nothing to stop the criminals. I believe by standing with the other 90-plus, I've heard a couple of numbers, localities, we will send the message that this is not common sense law that the majority wants. There are things I honestly believe that both sides agree on. As a matter of fact, I think the majority of what we need in laws, both sides already agree on. It's just that we can't get to that point, as many have spoken, because we're so passionate about our view. I don't think you can word any resolution that absolutely everyone will understand as to exactly what it means, and that's why I am for this particular resolution claiming Montgomery County as a sanctuary county.
Thank you.
When I first ran for this seat in 2015, I never thought I would be in a position to have to take any stance on gun legislation from the dais. Not because I don't have an opinion, I do, but because gun legislation is completely outside the purview of this body. We don't write the laws and we don't pass the laws. But because it has become the focus of this board since the November elections, when both the House and Senate turned blue and Democrats took the majority, here we are tonight, debating and voting on an issue that this board has no ability to control or influence. So I have no choice but to make a public statement on gun laws and how it is my personal opinion that we are long overdue on making responsible, common sense changes to laws surrounding firearms in Virginia. I do believe in the Second Amendment. I do believe that our founding fathers were right in codifying Americans' right to bear arms. However, I do not believe that they foresaw 32 college students and their professors losing their lives at Virginia Tech on April 16th, or 12 students and one teacher dying in a school shooting at Columbine High School on April 20th, 1999, or 20 6- and 7-year-old children and 6 school employees dying at Sandy Hook Elementary School on December 14th, 2012. Could reasonable gun laws have changed the outcomes of any of these tragedies? I don't know, and neither does anyone here. But could it have? Could any one of these tragedies been prevented? Could any one of these victims been allowed to live out their years? Maybe. And it's in that maybe that I have hope. Maybe we can reform the system to give one more student the chance to make it to old age, to have the pleasure of getting married, starting a career, and having children of their own. One of the most beautiful things about serving Montgomery County is learning about our rich diversity and how each community within the broader county has its own personality and celebrated history. The overwhelming majority of my district lies within the town limits of Blacksburg, with only a small part being outside of the town limits and fully in the county. My district voted overwhelmingly, by margins nearing or above 80% at each precinct, to re-elect Senator John Edwards and Delegate Chris Hurst, 2 men who are part of the new Democratic majority in the General Assembly, 2 men I know to have high integrity and good intentions, 2 men I trust to take up the debate on gun control legislation in the General Assembly when it convenes next month, 2 men that I expect to not allow the discussion to end abruptly in 90 minutes without any actual reform, real conversation, and new policy to make the Commonwealth safer for everyone. My no vote on both of these resolutions tonight is a yes vote on allowing the General Assembly to do their jobs and write responsible, reasonable gun reform laws that will pass muster when it comes time for a judicial review. My no vote on both of these resolutions tonight is also an understanding that this issue is completely outside of the purview of this board. My no vote on both of these resolutions tonight is a clear message to the General Assembly that I do not want symbolic resolutions passed by this body to distract them from our actual adopted legislative priorities for 2020. I would ask that any resolution on this matter, if passed tonight and transmitted to our elected delegates and senators, clearly identifies the vote count by naming each supervisor and indicating their vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Shepherd.
I think everybody realizes that this is a symbolic resolution, and I do think it's necessary to send Richmond a message saying that we all care deeply about our Second Amendment rights and the right to bear arms and not be infringed. I don't expect anybody to not uphold the law in any fashion, and I don't even know where that came from, but I will vote for this resolution, and if it does not pass, I will vote for the second one. I grew up in Montgomery County, and I was taught to use weapons when I was a kid, 10, 11 years old. I've had lots of training through the police department with firearms, different types of firearms. My service weapon that I carried on duty, I bought when I retired, and it holds more than 10 rounds, so I'd be a felon too, I guess. So I think we need to send Richmond a message.
Supervisor Bone.
First, I want to thank everybody for coming, for speaking, for raising your arms in agreement, for sending us emails, for talking to us, for calling us. It all matters, and I greatly appreciate it. I'm from District A. District A is a very big district in Montgomery County. It has part of Blacksburg, but then it goes from the Blacksburg Country Club all the way down Catawba Valley, all the way down Mount Tabor Valley, all the way down Craig Creek. So, all of the conversations, all of the emails, all of the people that have spoken that are from my district, a majority of them are split. And they're split right at the town line. Most of the people in town, not all, but most, are against a Second Amendment sanctuary county. Most of the people outside of the town line are for a Second Amendment sanctuary county. I have received and have had the same amount of conversations and emails and everything from both sides. So, I want to tell you a little bit about myself so that you have a better understanding of why I'm going to vote the way that I'm going to vote. But before I get into that, I want to tell you, I don't decide my vote until I have to. So, and we're going to debate things, so it might take a while. So I grew up in a rural part of the country, not unlike Montgomery County. Like many people, my mother was an important person in my upbringing. My father traveled a lot. So many times I thought I was being raised by a single mom. My mom was special. She was resilient. She's 91 years old. She was born in 1928. And in the 1950s, she and a brother decided to go to LA, where her two sisters were living, and she answered a want ad. A want ad to be a policewoman in the LA Police Department. Back in the early 50s, she was one of the first policewomen in LA, one of the biggest cities in the United States. She would tell me stories about a stakeout where she was guarding a door to make sure a felon wasn't going to escape. It was important. It's important to defend yourself. It's important to protect people. My uncle, her brother, who went out to LA, both of them returned home to the East Coast. Lifetime NRA member. Always wore his NRA belt buckle. Big old brass belt buckle. I love my Uncle Ted. I love going target practicing with him. I'm actually pretty good at it. So my uncles, my father, my husband, all defended our country. Like some of you, my family goes back to 1710, early 1700s. My forefathers fought in the American Revolution, the Civil War, World War II, Korean War, Cold War. It's important to defend our country, defend our liberties, defend our rights. I firmly believe that. My husband and I have guns. I don't mean to be ignorant, but I believe we have a Glock 19 and a Glock 17 and some kind of rifle that I don't even know what it is. But I certainly do like going to the shooting range. And I'm not horrible. I'm pretty good. So I won't be a felon, because if a law passes and there's a grandfather clause or not a grandfather clause, my husband and I just follow the law and we'll deal with it. But I respect everybody. We all have to deal with our choices. So, more power to you. And God bless Hank Parton and all the deputies if something were to happen. So, I believe in the Second Amendment. But I have a problem with the first resolution. And that is that the phrase Second Amendment sanctuary county is not a legal phrase. I don't vote for non-legal things. That's a conflict. So what I can say is, in many instances, or in some instances, especially in District A, with the Mountain Valley Pipeline going through it, I don't only vote to prevent Mountain Valley Pipeline from being successful. I go out and support the protesters. I'm not protesting. So I'm here to help us bring all of this energy to the state so that we can help our state legislators pass or not pass good laws or not pass bad laws. So I'm right there with you. I don't want any bad laws. I want us to have the right to defend ourselves, defend our loved ones. I also want good legislation, if it's out there, and I'm no expert, to protect our loved ones from themselves if necessary. I don't know what that looks like, but again, that's not our work. But I want us to have the right to have our guns and protect ourselves. So I don't feel comfortable endorsing a non-legal phrase, and that's why I'm going to vote no.
Supervisor Biggs.
Well, I think a lot has been said. First of all, I want to thank everyone for their comments and their emails, and I've learned a lot from listening. I've thought about this a lot, and I represent District F, and most of it is within the town of Blacksburg, and part of it's right across from Virginia Tech, and then it goes towards Giles County on the left-hand side up Brush Mountain. The people in my district overwhelmingly do not support a sanctuary county. But I go back to something that I think that, to me, has been sort of overlooked. We've talked about how all elected officials take the oath of office. When we take it, I've taken it 6 times, and tomorrow at 11:30, I guess if we stay here long enough, we can just take, 3 of us will be taking it again, along with some constitutional officers. And I asked for a copy of when I took it the last time, and I want to read it to you. I don't know if it will help or not. I, Mary W. Biggs, do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge and perform all the duties incumbent upon me as a member of the Board of Supervisors, District F, that's my district, according to the best of my ability, so help me God. So I'm trying to make my decision to the best of my ability. And I've thought about this, and when we say those words, we are talking about all the amendments in the Constitution, not just one, but all of them. and we're talking about the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia. Not only do we take this, but our General Assembly members, our governor, our lieutenant governor, our attorney general, and to Supervisor Chris Tuck's comment earlier, I have talked to Senator Edwards and to Delegate Hurst about the situation and the discussion as soon as it came up at the previous meeting. I would sort of recommend maybe a different approach. Currently, there's proposed legislation that you all have talked about, and proposed legislation has a ways to go before it becomes a law. If it's an unconstitutional law, it's going to be challenged in court, as you all have mentioned earlier. So I would suggest that, number one, all the citizens that have come, that have spoken, reach out to their representatives in the General Assembly and let them know how you feel. Number two, I would suggest that we send the videotapes of this meeting and the previous meeting to all of our General Assembly members so they can actually hear what was said. That to me would be representing the citizens to them. So I cannot vote for either resolution, but what I would be willing to do is reaffirm my oath of office. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Well, they said about a whole lot of stuff. Bless your heart. First and foremost, I'd like to thank Marty for helping get the first one drawn up. I understand the passion of this Second Amendment, I really do. As I said before, I own guns. I was sitting here writing down each person come up and spoke. Had almost 2-to-1 in favor of this Second Amendment sanctuary. I appreciate each board member up here. I appreciate your opinions. But when I look out in the audience, the majority of them wants this. A lot of them from my district. I want you to know I stand behind you. And I understand where the other board members are coming from. They got constituents in their area, and us as a board as a whole does what we can do to make Montgomery County a better place to live. We honestly do. We have our differences, but we do get together a whole lot. And I think Montgomery County is a proud place to live. But you also have to understand they got constituents and put them in place the same way my neighbors and constituents put me in place. They want me to vote a certain way. And it's the same with the rest of them. And when this come up to me about Second Amendment, I was all excited about it. And I'm still going to vote for it. And like I said, I do understand the rest of the board. And I appreciate your looking after your constituents the same way I'm going to look after mine. And thank each and every one of you for coming out. It's not 1:30 yet, so just hang around a little bit. Is there any more discussion? Madam Secretary, you call roll, please.
Mr. Tuck?
No.
Mr. Fizikowski?
Aye.
Mr. Motts?
No.
Ms. Biggs?
No.
Ms. Bone?
No.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Chair King?
Aye.
Have 3 ayes, 4 noes, defeated.
All right, Mr. Chair, on the second item, we have another resolution to consider.
Use that gavel
Make them.
You need to keep it in line. Yeah.
I'd make a motion in regards to the second resolution. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Is there any discussion?
I think I've said my piece. I'm open if anybody else wants to say anything, but I've said my piece.
Discussion. I'd like to say one thing. I do appreciate the second amendment here. I will, with all due respect, have to be voting against it because it's not what everybody in here would like to have. So I have to vote against it. Any more discussion? Huh?
This is not a conversation.
Okay. Is there any more discussion?
Folks, I think a lot of folks want to see us do something tonight. I'm hoping that there's 4 votes to at least put a resolution forward. I think it's the right thing to do for the county. I think.
Let us vote. Can we hear it?
Todd, use your gavel. Use your gavel, Todd.
Chris, you want Craig to read it?
Can we put it up on the screen, Vicki? Is that?
I don't think it will.
You can't. I'll tell you what. I'll be happy to read it. Okay, folks?
Okay.
If you can just give me a second. Whereas Section 15, and let me state by this, I tried to take as much from the first resolution. I did add some things. I did work with the county attorney to try to come up with this because I wanted it to be inclusive of the first, but it does not have the word sanctuary. Just going to be telling everybody up front. Whereas Section 15.2-1522 of the Code of Virginia requires each member of the Board of Supervisors of Montgomery County to take an oath of office to solemnly swear to support the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And whereas the Second Amendment of the Constitution declares the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, and whereas Article 1, Section 13 of the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia provides the same constitutional protections as the Second Amendment, guaranteeing the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. And whereas the United States Supreme Court in the District of Columbia v. Heller, 554 U.S. 570, 2008, affirmed all individuals' rights to possess firearms unconnected with service in the militia for traditionally lawful purposes such as self-defense within the home. And whereas the Governor and the Virginia General Assembly should not propose and adopt any laws or regulations that are inconsistent with the rulings of the United States Supreme Court in Heller and the rights of law-abiding citizens to keep and bear arms guaranteed by the Second Amendment. Whereas it is the duty and the obligation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Montgomery, Virginia, pursuant to the oath each board member has sworn to uphold upon taking office, to support and uphold and defend the United States and Virginia constitutions for the protection and general welfare of its citizens. And whereas the Montgomery and the Board of Supervisors of the County of Montgomery, Virginia, wishes to express the board's continued commitment to uphold the United States and Virginia constitutions that supports its citizens' constitutional right to keep and bear arms without infringement, and the board's intent not take any action intent to not take any action contrary to the rights conferred by the Second Amendment and Article 1, Section 13. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Montgomery, Virginia, that the Board of Supervisors hereby reaffirms its duty to uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Commonwealth of Virginia, including the rights the Second Amendment, Article 1, Section 13, afford the citizens of the County of Montgomery, Virginia, to keep and bear arms without infringement. And be it further resolved by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Montgomery, Virginia, that the governing body of the County of Montgomery, Virginia shall continue to honor and uphold the oath each member of the Board of Supervisors has taken to support and defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the Commonwealth of Virginia, shall not propose or enact any laws that are contrary to in any way erode the constitutionally protected rights and principles granted to our citizens that we hold so dearly. And be it further resolved by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Montgomery, Virginia, that the Board of Supervisors hereby specifically declares the Montgomery County's support of the Bill of Rights, including but not limited to the Second Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. I did my best. I think I got it right. Marty, did I?
Yep.
Okay.
Any discussion?
Other than that,
Madam Secretary, call roll, please.
Mr. Kuzikowski?
Aye.
Ms. Demots?
No.
Ms. Biggs?
No.
Ms. Bone?
No.
Mr. Shepherd?
Aye.
Mr. Tuck?
Aye.
Chair King?
Chair King, if you want to take a few minutes and even take a 5-minute recess, I would support you in taking a 5-minute recess.
No, I'm good. I know the majority wanted to say sanctuary.
Sure. Oh.
Hey, gavel.
Aye.
We'll go over around this.
Keep going, Craig.
Let's finish down to reports. Well, I'm really not going to do it for only 13 days to go. Okay? I'm just telling y'all. I may give turning my iPad, but I'm not resigning before the 31st. I got Yeah, don't worry, Todd, don't worry about it. If the hour's late.
We're tired.
Todd, can we move on?
Yes.
Can we move on?
Yeah. County Attorney's report. How you go? County Administrator.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, bless your heart. Mine ain't clicking over. Oh, here we go. Supervisor Shepherd.
One thing. I hate to see that man leave this board. Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
Supervisor Steve.
Just Merry Christmas to all and good luck to Chris. We will miss him.
Thank you very much.
Supervisor Biggs.
Merry Christmas, and I'm looking forward to the new year. And Chris, I want to again wish you the best in whatever you do next.
Thank you.
And I know you're going to come back, right? But you'll be down there telling
Yes.
us. Yeah, okay.
I'll remind you.
Okay, yeah, do you remind me?
Supervisor Bond.
I do want to share with anyone who's interested why I voted no to the second resolution, and that is because I believe in the whole Constitution, all of the amendments, and I just didn't feel comfortable putting any amendment higher than the other. I think they're all incredibly important, and I will be right there with you when bad legislation is going on. So that's where I'm coming from. Thank you for listening.
May I ask a
Merry
question?
Christmas and Happy New Year.
In relation to what you said, can we send the videos of our meetings to our elected representatives?
We can send a link to YouTube.
That's direct access?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. We're going to do something different tonight, since this is Chris. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Since this is Chris' last meeting, Vice Chair Democracy.
That means you get to go last, or next to last. I don't know how Todd will do it. I meant what I said downstairs, that I have thoroughly enjoyed working with you. I have enjoyed your friendship. I know that will continue because I won't allow it not to. We will certainly miss having you as a very important part of this board. Thank you very much for all that you have done in your tenure and all that you will continue to do in the future.
Bless your heart. Now I go. Chris, I just want to give you a little look back at what we've done this year so far. And mind you, we've done all this without raising taxes. We're working on the broadband. We are done a reassessment. It took place every 4 years. We got that done. We participate in the paddle post event. Got to finish the burn building for the emergency services, which was a big achievement. We're working on the New River Valley Rail. Done a lot of master plan, like working on parks for the Creed Field in Shawville, and hopefully for long the one out in Reiner. We have done a lot of things here, like the county issued a $30 million bond for the schools, and we moved them forward sooner than we thought we was going to be able to, with the sale of all the school property and all. And I'm just proud that you was part of all that. Thank you.
You don't get anything done, as I said downstairs, without 3 other people voting with you. I greatly, anything that was accomplished was done because there were 3 other people that saw and had the same vision. I want to publicly thank the staff. Day in, day out, they help us be prepared and they make us look good when we're up here, and that is sometimes a more difficult task than other days. And I will say this, it has been a tremendous honor, and I've learned so much. I mean, this is a $200 million budget, but a couple of things I want to make sure folks know about. You know, we are living in this wonderful county where we have people like Todd and about 500 other people that are going to respond to 13,000 fire and rescue calls, and they're doing it because they volunteer, not because they get paid. This is an amazing county to live in. And that was one of the biggest things I've learned. I also want to thank my family for putting up with me coming home at about 1:30 in the morning. And it will take me a while to settle down, but also for all the phone calls and all the emails and all the times that you're not home. I would be remiss if I didn't thank my family. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned.